Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center on this Sunday afternoon, giving you guys the latest on some severe thunderstorm warnings here across the area. You can see up and toward Georgia right now, we do have two warnings within our covered area, more toward the north, though, further on up. So that's something we'll be watching to see how this action kind of progresses here. But it is a hot day, and that's kind of making things feel very oppressive out there. But then that's going to lead here all the instability to these storms to erupt even more so. This is just really the beginning for our areas. We're going to have a threat all the way through the evening and toward those hours. I mean, closer to maybe even midnight. Not completely out of the question. We could have some stronger action here in toward parts of our area here as we get further to the south. So something to keep in mind here. It's going to be a pretty long period. We have threats, not an overwhelming one, a marginal risk, 1 out of 5, but just severe weather warnings. We have 2, make it 3. We just got a new warning from the Jacksonville office now for Nassau, Camden, and Charlton. So we'll get into that in a moment. It's about to pop up on this screen here. We have 2 warnings that have been in place just a little while in southwest Georgia. So let's go ahead and go over there. I know the warning will be on here when we get back over toward the east, but looking over toward the west right now, we do have a situation here where we are tracking severe thunderstorm warnings. One of these here just kind of clipping some of our northwestern zones, western Randolph and then Quitman County there until about 4:30. At 3:50, a severe thunderstorm was located near Lake Point Resort State Park there, or 11 miles north of Georgetown, moving southeast at about 10 miles an hour. So Cuthbert there, one of those locations that needs to be on the watch for this. Make sure you're, when you're hearing those rumbles of thunder, getting inside, because yeah, it's pretty nasty type of threat here that's in play. Even if you don't have a warning there in your area, that lightning can be dangerous if not deadly. So you got to keep that in mind here as we're looking toward parts of our area there. Again, this is looking there in southwestern Georgia, Randolph and Quitman until 4:30. A threat toward Cuthbert. This storm here around Morgan there. You see between Arlington and Leary with some of the worst of this moving down toward Milford. This is Baker, Calhoun, and Early into about 4:45. So we have areas there like Morgan, Arlington, over toward Leary there. Douglasville, Ivy's Mill, Milford, and just giving you guys an idea on some things here. I know we have our other system pulled up right now, giving you guys the latest on that. So I have a track on this actually. We've been kind of looking at some different things here with this area of storms moving up pretty slow, 10 miles an hour or so. Very slow, in fact. So let's go ahead and pull up our other source, something new we're using now to give you a track on where some of these storms could be going over the next little bit. So Ivy's Mill here in pretty short order. Milford about 22 minutes over toward Elmodale. It could take as long as 51 minutes. This may be a little slow here, but just giving you guys an idea. And then I'll look a little bit further down the list. I mean, Camilla, it could be as long as 2 hours, though. I have a tendency to think that this stuff will kind of fill in a little bit more here with the instability values, which we'll get to here in a little bit. I just begin just almost off the charts here because we have so much heat energy around. So just giving you guys an idea of Pelham there. Could be a few hours, we'll see, but it's going to be a pretty long event here in terms of just having to watch things. These storms, these winds aren't going to be widespread maybe, but the burst of wind energy could cause some damage in some locations. So you got to be mindful of that. So just giving you guys an idea, track on some things there. Let me go ahead and come back on camera and see that third warning right now. Let's go ahead and go over toward the east here as we get toward parts of Nassau, Camden, and Charlton counties here until about, it looks like 4:45. Winds there to about 60 miles an hour and some smaller hail mixing in as well, a possibility. So I know we're just trying to give you guys the very latest on things here. You can see Folkestone there, having to watch this very carefully there in Charlton County, Folkestone and Homeland here over the next little bit. So we're just going to be kind of keeping our eyes on this situation here as this threat does continue for about another 31 minutes at this point, but could get more warnings issued here through the course of the rest of the afternoon and the evening as these temperatures are just so warm. These instability values are so high here. You'll be able to see, look at these numbers in terms of the color scheme. I know I'll kind of interpret it for you. You don't have a color table up here on this, but these lighter Purple is indicative of 4,000 to 5,000 joules per kilogram of surface-based Cape energy for the storms to work with. Now we're missing some other parameters. That's why another new warning just issued to the west now. But in this darker purple, this is energy values that we rarely see around here. We're 5,000 joules per kilogram joules per kilogram there. Of energy for the storms to work with, and that's going to be problematic here in terms of just the overall setup to get these storms to really fire on up here. I mean, but oppressive heat for sure as well in areas that aren't getting the storms. 99 degrees right now, an excessive heat warning in play for Tallahassee, so got to be really careful there. Toward Leon County heat index values close to about 110 in toward that area, so that's not what you want to see, obviously. Very oppressive. Make sure you're drinking plenty of water. But then when you have the storms around, make sure you're going inside. Really go inside there pretty quickly with the heat. But especially when you have the oppressive values here, those are causing problems. Whenever that thunder roars, you want to go indoors here. Excessive heat warning for another little while there, a little bit there as we get out toward the west. But let's go ahead and see what we have. I have some other information coming on in here to the Weather Center right now. So let's go to our other source, I think. Let's pop this up, that warning, a new warning there up towards southwest Georgia. Just trying to give you guys the latest on that here. Give you guys the very latest. We got a bunch of new advisories to fill in as well, maybe. And this is some hope. I mean, the storms will cool things off if you get them. But then you also got to keep in mind here, folks, that we could have just so many storms develop. We could have some type of flooding threat. We have a flood advisory now toward Marion County in Florida. So that's something to kind of monitor here as well. So this new warning, though, for Albany, I'm going to go ahead and click on this here. Goes another 44 minutes. It is for areas there, as you saw there in southwest Georgia, with the storm moving southeast at 10 miles an hour. Let's back up Doherty, Mitchell, Baker, and Worth until 5 o'clock there. So 10 miles an hour on this movement. So let me go ahead and try to give you a track on some of this here. I know already impacted areas in Doherty County now, but 10 miles an hour or so, and I apologize for that. It shouldn't be doing it like that. But I'm going to try to do that again here in a moment there, trying to go ahead and give you guys a track on some of this. Let me go ahead and do this one more time here as we try to give you guys the latest on the system we're just starting to use here. Again, a 10 mile per hour movement with some of this activity. So that's kind of the storyline there right now for sure. We're just going to keep on monitoring things here very carefully as these impact some different communities here in the ward. Southwestern Georgia, again, giving you guys a track on this here. Going out a while with this. You'll be able to kind of see here areas like Flint. It might be about an hour before this gets over there, but just looking at some of the worst of this, I mean, you kind of have to keep in mind some of this will get closer to Moultrie as well. So let's give you another track on this then. Let me clear this one out. We'll give you another track. Aim this a little bit closer toward Moultrie here. So again, 10 miles an hour on the movement. So it still may take a while to get there, but some of this stuff could kind of fill in as we're looking here, looking toward Moultrie. Could still be a while, but we'll see here. It's a little bit tricky tracking this stuff out too far, but I mean, that could be maybe a situation where it's still a couple hours away, maybe a few hours away. We shall see. So again, just something to kind of keep our eyes on here. Let's go ahead and kind of zoom on into Doherty County though and see where some of the heaviest of this is right now. You can see here. I mean, we're just kind of keeping our eyes on these situations here very closely. In toward the Weather Center. So again, looking there toward areas in southwestern Georgia, Rolling Acres. You kind of see there getting some heavier downpours in toward that area. There's the southwest Georgia region airport up there. Let me go ahead and kind of underline that for you guys there at home if you can't make that out. So right in there, there's your airport right there, and that's kind of an area here where we are seeing some this storminess. You're kind of on the fringes, maybe the worst of this, but just kind of giving you guys an idea of exactly what is happening there in the ward part of Doherty County right now. You see the Red Store Crossroads just is headed in that direction there over the next little bit. So we'll keep our eyes on that. But let's go ahead and I'll come back on camera now, I think. Let me go ahead and switch this one up really quickly here. So we have that Jacksonville radar up. Before I switch back to the camera side of me, it's just a one-man band, so we're trying to keep tabs on all this here for you guys this afternoon. In toward the weather center, a lot of wind energy though, just in the overall pattern around folks, and even outside the heavier downpours I'm noting here right now. So kind of worth noting for sure. Just gonna go ahead and show you that here. Go ahead and see that right now. So the Doppler view, you see the heavier downpours toward the north there of Folkestone in general, but some of these boundaries here having a role in bringing some of this wind energy closer into toward town, uh, even in toward parts of Nassau County there as well. So again, a nasty situation here, parts of Charlton, Nassau, and into toward Camden. Again, this morning going to, looks like about that 445 benchmark. Here we have multiple warnings on the board, so things are getting pretty cluttered here this afternoon. Let's go back to our broad perspective on our covered map right now, so you guys see just what we're talking. I've got another new warning now, so we have 5 warnings, I believe, now very quickly here within our covered area. We were going to talk about some of them outside of the area, but right now we have our hands full. This new warning now for portions of Franklin, Liberty, and Wakulla until 5 o'clock now. So you can see those areas on this map here. You can see those areas on this map. Just bear with me as I get the latest details on that warning here, just coming in from the National Weather Service office in Tallahassee, where I put in all those latest details to inform you, your friends, and your family. Severe thunderstorm warning number 475 for the year, already issued by the Tallahassee office. This is for southwestern Wakulla, southeastern Liberty, and northeastern Franklin counties until about 5 o'clock. At 4:20, a severe thunderstorm was located 10 miles north of Carabel, or excuse me, 14 miles north of Carabel, nearly stationary. Choppy, Buckhorn, Sanborn, Curtis, Mill, Panacea, Wakulla Airport, and McIntyre, all under that warning. So again, till 5 o'clock for those areas, but then we have several other parts of the reviewing circle under warnings right now. You see all these different counties being outlined here. I'm going to go ahead and just run down the other warnings right now. So we have that warning we were saying you a moment ago toward Nassau, Camden, and Charlton counties. Then getting up toward the north in our 62 counties in Georgia, Baker, Calhoun, and early until 4:45. Doherty, Mitchell, another part of Baker and Worth until 4, or excuse me, till 5 o'clock, and until 4:30, Randolph and Quitman counties here underneath the warning. So again, just trying to give you guys the latest. No tornado threats right now. Not really expecting that today, but a lot of storms with those wind threats popping up all over the place here with these conditions really building up and then getting the storms to erupt on us, causing some problems here, causing some higher level of concern in terms of just so many pop-up severe storms today. That's something to keep in mind. Not Sandy's not going to be overwhelming, but gonna be, I mean, with so many of them, a few of them could be pretty intense there in spots, cause some problems for a few folks here. So just keep that in mind as we're live right now on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch here. Again, just trying to offer you guys all the latest details here. We're trying to tell you guys exactly everything you need to know here to protect you, your friends, and your family. So I saw a comment there saying it's nasty up there. Yeah, it is nasty there, but also now into where some of those Florida zones. So let's go ahead and we just got another warning now from Marion in Florida. So they're popping up all over the place. You can see where Marion is in Florida. We had some where Marion, Georgia, outside of our area earlier on. Some of those warnings popping on up there, but now, I mean, just so many warnings. Let's tell you this threat here out toward the Big Bend, and I'll go to Marion County in Florida. So west of South Choppy here until about, it looks like that 5 o'clock benchmark. Southwestern Wakulla, southeastern Liberty, and northeastern Franklin counties right now under the severe thunderstorm warning. Again, South Choppy, Buckhorn, Sanborn, Curtis, Mill, Panacea, Wakulla Airport, and McIntyre into this. Let's now go over to Marion County in Florida. Tampa rated actually closer for this storm warning, this severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be down there south of Bellevue with maybe the worst of this. They're saying 9 miles southwest of Santos at the Jacksonville office, or 11 miles northwest of Wildwood, nearly stationary Lake Weir, Silver Spring, Soares, Bellevue and Summerfield under this warning. So large hail damage and winds and continuous cloud to ground lightning here in this type of threat occurring with this storm. So make sure you move indoors immediately here in toward this area. I know lightning's one of nature's leading killers. Remember, if you can hear thunder, you're close enough to be struck by lightning. The torrential rain occurring with the storm as well here. So again, we're just going to look here right near the interstate west of Dallas there. I know I've been on that stretch there of a US 301 there. Going back a while, and they're under this warning right now with the movement of this. Not really too well defined, but maybe drifting a little bit off toward the south and east here with this activity. So again, there's your warning there. Let's get to a broad view again. I think we just have so many storms, so many warnings popping up all over the place here. I'm glad one of our different sources like we've been doing the last couple of years, because at the very beginning of doing this here, we were on a hodgepodge of different things. So we kind of had to make the decision, as we just got another new warning further to the west, we had to make a decision if we wanted to do Twitter for Tallahassee or Facebook for Jacksonville. We have, as we've had for the last few years, the option that we always use pretty much here, unless it's like a situation where we just can't, to come on all the different sources, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube and Twitch here. So just make sure you tune in for the latest. It's our policy to come on for all tornado warning situations. When you have any tornado warning storm moving through our county, it's been on for every single one since late 2019. But let's go to that new warning right now here as we get toward it's Clay County in Georgia, Arley County there, as well as Quitman and Randolph until about 5:15. So some of that storming is coming in from Alabama there, moving south, but a little bit easterly as well, 20 miles an hour. The movement being currently listed Abbeville, Fort Gaines, Georgetown, Belleville, as well as Haleburg, getting over toward Sorterville, Walter F. George, Lock and Dam, Wire Bridge, Walter F. George Lake, getting toward the Stanley Store, Hayes, Watson Crossroads, Scottsboro Crossroads, Double Bridges Crossroads, as well as Rooks Place, Randolph County Airport as well. So again, just kind of keep watching things here. With that threat, some damaging winds possible in that polygon. Let me point these out to you guys. So it's just a mess of warnings now here, folks. A mess of warnings. So we have this one right here, south side of Albany, moving away from the downtown and the more populated zones in general, but still a threat there, cooling off some though, at least with that. But then off toward the west, another threat here in play as we're looking between Blakely and Albany. And then you have even the other warnings, this one here, the new one, another one up there, more to the north, America's under a warning outside of our area. You have the warning down here, this is west of Crawfordville. There's, we're looking toward areas around South Choppy. You can see they're not getting north of this like Sanborn is right at this moment, but this can develop pretty quickly here. But the movement's not all that fast with this activity. I know we keep getting these pop-up warnings. I mean, it makes you wonder now. They're thinking because of more marginal risk overall, not just a watch, but I don't think a watch is completely out of the equation here for this to a threat here. It could become in a line later, and then that means it's more organized. But right now, they don't think the pulse action here is enough for a watch from the Storm Prediction Center in Norman to indicate the overall threat. But we have active warnings, so it doesn't really matter too much at this point. It's just something in terms of the meteorology that's kind of interesting to keep an eye on for some time. But again, just continuing to watch things here as we're looking toward Charlton County, Nassau, and Camden. As we get up that way again, in Marion County, along the interstate, actually there, along the interstate, so something kind of interesting there. Right on the fringe of our covered area, so that's something to kind of keep our eyes on here. And in fact, let's go back on over to some of our different sources here again, I think. Let me see where we want to go. I know we have that warning there toward Marion County. That warning there toward Marion County. So let's go ahead and I want to go to our other source. I want to zoom in on that, switch to the current radar view of that area, the best radar view here of that area. I'll try to give you guys a look at that here on a little more street level view of this. I mean, kind of just right there. I mean, don't have a warning right now for areas to the south in towards Sumter County in Florida, which will be outside of our area yet, but around Pedro, that community, they're getting into it pretty heavy right now. So let's go ahead and say that here. Let's go ahead and say that here right now to other source. We're just going to have to go over to that right now as we're getting the latest information on in. You can see there getting some heavier downpours in toward that spot here at this point in time. Let me see. I want to try to pull up some traffic cameras here too while I'm off camera, so just bear with me. I know one thing we're keeping our eyes on here is that excessive heat warning and play until 7 out toward Tallahassee. But with these storms popping up, I mean, the storms are using the instability there from the overall heating of the day. But again, just continuing to watch things here for sure. I know they're having some backups on the interstate this afternoon. And again, looking down there right on the edge of the viewing circle there with this warning, you see Marion Oaks. There's some lightning there whenever thunder roars. Go indoors in toward that area. But definitely getting some downpours in some different spots here in toward that part of our zone. Let me go ahead and see what we have here. Let me go ahead and see what we have. It's a messy afternoon here as we approach the evening on some of these different roadways. So just trying to give you guys an idea of what's going on here right now. In this type of setup, we're at 4:30, the bottom of the hour on this Sunday, and again, just watching some different areas of warnings here. So coming back on the screen, you see the broader view of that Ocala out to the north, really, where we're at with this. But since we're near the interstate, at the interstate here, we can go to our traffic system. So let me go ahead and pull this up full before I switch it over toward that view on Interstate 75. So let me go ahead and see that here right now. You can see, looking at things, mile marker 339, a lot of backups here in toward this area. I mean, may or may not be weather related, but just so you see, it's not a nasty commute here. Oh, for maybe a weekend getaway. At least we're not seeing the type of wind we saw yesterday toward the Washington, D.C. area or St. Louis. But still some big problems with these storms here. So something to kind of keep in mind here for sure. I mean, those twins yesterday were just really, really terrible for a little bit there while in Washington, D.C., around St. Louis. And we even saw in the storm reports there, even a fatality there in the ward, that area there around D.C., that vicinity anyway, with the storms coming on in yesterday to that part of the country. So thoughts and prayers to everybody involved there. But as you can see here right now, there's a lot of backup. Don't see the worst of the conditions with this here maybe, but just a lot of nasty traffic here with all those lights on, as they need to be on, of course, in this type of situation. So let's come back away from that for now. We're just going to go ahead and go back on over toward the radar view here as we try to give you guys the very latest on the developing situation that we're dealing with right now. This developing situation. Let me go ahead and see what we have here. Let me go ahead and just look here at some of our other cameras behind the scenes. It's a one-man band, so it's important for me to try to look at these here and see if there's anything else I can pull up here, pop up. I know looking there, I don't see a lot of information that's new on these cameras, so we're not going to go to any of them right now. I'm looking at stills from a few moments ago. Something could have happened. We got a new warning we need to jump over to, so that takes precedence. That is a new priority here. New warning is this area right here. Severe thunderstorm warning now to 5:15 for Jefferson, Leon, and Wakulla counties. So a different area here of Wakulla, and then you have Jefferson and Leon for the first time today under a severe thunderstorm type of threat here. So got to keep that in mind as we're looking in toward this area. It's not moving really either, but northeastern Wakulla, southwestern Jefferson, southeastern Leon, and to 5:15 in the Big Bend of Florida. With this threat. So let's go to the Tallahassee radar now. I know we're working our computers very hard here today on a new system, but still getting some of the bugs worked out a bit as we've been switching things on over for a while here now. But you can see here southwest of Wassissa by a pretty good ways. You can see here maybe a burst of wind energy. It's pretty rural out here, thankfully, but could have a burst of wind energy here just to the west of State Road 59, the west of State Road 59 here. And toward this area, so something to be mindful of. Just got another new warning now. It's Jacksonville office. Let's go ahead and pass it along. That's going to cover Interstate 95 there. You see parts of, it looks like Camden County under this, as well as Nassau County. No 515 to get damaging winds, the biggest threat here today. So again, northern Nassau, southern Camden to about 515. At 4:33, a severe thunderstorm was located near Keens Ferry, or 10 miles south of Woodbine, moving east at 15 miles an hour. St. Mary's, Kingsland, Fernandina Beach, Keens Bay Base, Yulee, Keens Ferry, Amelia City, Dungeness, as well as Cumberland Island, Harriet's Bluff here in this warning. So very busy setup for sure. As we watch things on different boundaries, you can see becoming defined here. And it's going to be a busy next few hours probably here in the weather center, maybe even longer than that. Hopefully not. Maybe we'll get, if the atmosphere somehow can kind of, maybe you get most of the energy used up, we'll be in better shape, but there's so much of it, it may not happen like that. The models aren't really saying it will. I'm just trying to be optimistic so we're not up here for hours and hours having to give you the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. But we'll do it. That's all what it's all about here at Cloud Weather. We'll be on here if we need to be, just trying to kind of hope things aren't quite as really nasty as they could be. So real quick here, I do want to look at some other things here in the Weather Center. The heat's a big story for folks that aren't getting the storms right now. I mean, the heat's fueling the storms as well. It's a give and take here, but let's see. We have another camera view. This is going to be our camera view where we're at right now. So let's pop it up behind me, and you'll be able to see here what we're looking at. What we're looking at right now is a view here. Is a view outside our window. You'll be able to see here. Looking at the overall sky, you can kind of see here how much sun there is. We're sitting right now, in fact, at 96 degrees, heat index value well into the triple digits. I mean, our values get a little higher here. Sometimes we're a little more humid, higher dew point values where we're at are. So, I mean, it says 117. I mean, that would be excessive heat warning criteria, but we're in a spot that gets a little bit hotter feeling there, combining things with a humidity dew point there than other spots in our area. So it's a little bit of an anomaly, but still it's dangerous to be outside right now for an extended period of time. The heat advisory in play. Nonetheless, I mean, values don't have to be quite as high for that criteria to be met across all our different zones. I mean, everybody in our whole area, it looks like, under a heat advisory, heat warning, which is really unusual here. Heat warning as we continue along. Excuse me, as we go ahead, try to give you the latest. You can see the purples here, a heat warning per se, excessive heat warning, but then the orange is a heat advisory. But people that are getting the storms, obviously, I mean, it is helping to cool things off, this action with the storms, but it can cause damage. These storms here, the wind damage potential can cause problems. You see 100 degrees sitting there toward Cecil Field in Jacksonville with the last observation there, as we got yet another new warning. So let's go ahead and give you that one. That's in what color for, I think that's Crawfordville. Let's zoom on in now. I think they're just popping up all over the place. Yeah, really quickly there, right around Crawfordville now. Seeing that wind. I mean, these aren't the most overwhelming storms, but they're still stuff that can catch you off guard. I was out earlier. I was out there and going to work and into work Clay County earlier, actually, and it was a nice start to the day hot, but it wasn't too Clay County, Florida, by the way. But it was a nice day out there. A nice day, and you maybe wouldn't expect here all these storms to cause problems if you weren't looking at the forecast here, looking at cluttered.com/severe or watching our coverage yesterday. But we give you the heads up saying more storms will be a problem today, and that's exactly the case here. There's a warning for Crawfordville now until 5:15. Also a flood warning, aerial flood warning, like what we got to Woodbine with that spin there the other day. That was in place for Camden, Georgia today. One now because of a lot of rain over Marion County, Florida. Until 7:45, we'll go to that in a moment. But Crawfordville, this storm's right near town. We're going west at only about 5 miles an hour. So Crawfordville, Sadeville, Hilliardville, Bethel, Wakulla Springs under this warning here until about 5:15. So again, we'll be watching that very carefully there. That flood warning here in the Marion, it won't show up necessarily on this map, but I can go to our rainfall. Let's go to Tampa radar and click on our rainfall here, our storm total amounts, and it may be actually further up. I'm curious here. That's till 7:45. Let me see if there's a way I can jiggle this on here. There may be. It's not. It takes a few minutes with some of these. So I'm curious to see which area they're kind of honing in on with the flood threat, because it may be further out toward the west. In fact, let me go ahead. I have another source we can go to real quick as we've been going to throughout the afternoon. Let's go over there and maybe kind of give you an idea of exactly what's going on here in this type of setup. So let's go over to this source here real quick. Let me go ahead and jump on over here. You can kind of see what we're dealing with. And this aerial flood warning until 7:45. Aerial flood warning number 31 for the year. And this is for areas there around, it looks like Rainbow Lakes Estates. So Rainbow Lakes Estates, you're getting into some of the worst, the heaviest rainfall here right now. So that's closer to Ward Dunallen. That's kind of that area further to the west then. That's kind of where I was thinking they were going to issue this at. Issue this warning out here then further off toward the west. So yeah, so north of Dunallen, it's that area further off, even though that's not where we have the severe warning, that's where we have our flood warning, not flash flood. We wouldn't be on for that or posting about it if we weren't already on for the other warnings, but a lot of rain setting up there. Let's go ahead and zoom on in. Bear with me here. You see it right there. Look at it, right over town there. And into where these different communities, into where these different neighborhoods. I mean, I know just for perspective here, you see some different things. You see tidewater to the west. You see areas there like the Gothi State Forest there. Some of those areas getting some rain here right now as well. So again, I'm just going to continue to watch things, continue to monitor the situation here in the weather center as we have that flood threat setting up there. Let me go ahead and see what else we might have here. See if we have any questions from any of our viewers. It's a one-man band, so I'm trying to do my best here to juggle everything, but I don't have a producer or anything I can talk to see if there's anything. But looks like somebody's saying that the heat's starting up the storms, and that's pretty much what is happening here. All this heat energy. We have some other factors in play as well, I know, but the heat is really a big problem here, a big problem in this type of setup. Really helping to fuel this stuff, fuel this threat here. I know we do have a situation where remnant outflow boundaries serving as a focus for the storm growth here, according to the Weather Service, from northwest to southeast under an upper level trough. But we also have a situation here again where the heat energy is playing a big role. As we're being told now, some damage up in the Doherty County, Georgia. So that's where 2 trees are down in the 4,200 block of Vanderbilt Drive. So that just happened the last 10 minutes or so. So our first damage report in our area today is in southwestern Georgia, where we're having the focus of some of these warnings here right now. So let me come back on camera. Let me go ahead and come back on camera here in just a moment as we continue to gather the latest. Continuing to gather the latest here, folks. Got several warnings. Let's go back to Georgia because that's where I know in southwest Georgia primarily we have a good number of these warnings here in play. You can see here this is Doherty County. We have some wind. These aren't the most overwhelming signatures. Don't get me wrong here, folks. Don't get me wrong. These aren't the most overwhelming signatures we've seen. Excuse me, as we continue along here. Continue along. You see around Putney there. Along looks like US 19. Some heavy wind potential there, but still that's 30 to 40 setup of velocity. So maybe a burst of wind 50 to 60, but maybe not just a constant type of wind, but it's still knocking down some trees like what we saw toward Vanderbilt Drive there and just the last little bit. So you gotta be careful here nonetheless. Let's go up here. I want to see where that report was because on other system I can kind of see that here. We'll go ahead and say that, view that visual here right now. You can see that icon there, southwest of the airport. We're zooming in this area actually here just a little while ago, that general vicinity. And that's where we're seeing some damage reports according to the 911 call center right now. 2 trees down in the 4,200 block of Vanderbilt Drive there into southwestern Georgia. So again, gotta be careful. You don't want to be underneath those. You don't want to be adding the lightning, because that can be dangerous. It can and has occasionally turned deadly here, this type of threat across our area. When you have problems and you have trees falling, I mean, that can, in and of itself, be deadly. The lightning here as well doesn't happen too often, but the heat can also be deadly if you're not getting the storms. I mean, it's again rare and in between, but it's a situation here too. I mean, let's go to the broad view real quick. Just bear with me here. All these temperatures, there's still a lot of 90s showing up. A lot of areas still haven't got storms, so it's always important in these type of situations to really practice heat safety tips. Make sure you're drinking plenty of water. Make sure you're taking frequent breaks here if you're outside for a good bit. Wear light colored loose fitting clothing there. Also, make sure you take that back seat of your car. Make sure you don't leave a young child and infant there in there because just a few minutes it can turn dangerous and if not, maybe even not a situation where it could even be deadly in nature. So you got to be really careful. You just don't want to do that. It can turn deadly on you pretty quickly. So again, a situation here that we're monitoring. You just got to be really careful here. As we're sitting right now at 97 degrees, our heat index value, again, we're in a spot here. I don't want you guys to just think I'm like raising number up here or anything because it's just outrageous. It's 121 right now, heat index value, but it's because we're in a moist area here. It's a spot here that you would understand if you were in there why we have a number that high with the calculation because it's kind of similar to Cecil, which is at 120 with the heat index. There's some differences, but just we get similar numbers to Cecil field there, and the lows and highs here are the extremes, and especially the lows. I mean, they really match up good. A high of 100 there looks like so far we're at 97 on our thermometer here right now, but just in general, we have some similarities sometimes between that site. So that site says some weird numbers too. So just so you guys know here what we're down with. But again, our Davis Weather Station, we're watching that here right on our screen with terms of temperature trends. One of the hottest days, hottest feeling days of the whole year. Excess heat warning. Don't get that every year already. Second day, I believe, of that this year, this summer, toward Tallahassee. So just got to keep that in mind here. Just dangerous heat here around our region that you got to be mindful of. As we're looking at this warning here, this is moving toward Interstate 95 there in southeastern Georgia right now. This threat there around I-95. You can see between areas there, really folks in the eastern fringes and St. Mary's. Some of the worst of this right now there in southeastern Georgia. So again, that's what we're dealing with at this present time here, 4:46 on this Sunday afternoon. So again, let me go ahead and show you guys what we have here. Let me see what we have in terms of our traffic system. I'll go ahead and try to move things up here to get to I-95 and see if we can give a visual to the viewers at home here. Maybe give you guys a look at what's going on here as you just bear with me a little bit. I'm going to try to get that view up here for everybody. Just bear with me as it takes a minute with our system here. I'm going to go ahead and try to give you that view here uh, and see what we're doing with. It's going to have to be a view just into Florida because we don't have, of course, Georgia cameras. But it's right on the edge of this here. Let's see what we might have. So you can really see some of the darker skies right as we're getting there toward the way station, it looks like. So let's go ahead and see this view here. Again, we don't have anything in Georgia, but right before we get to that line, I'll give you guys a view here of what's going on right now. You see maybe some lightning there, some flashes of that whenever thunder roars. When I go indoors, you don't be out and about because that lightning, when you hear that thunder, that means it can strike there. So you got to be really careful here in this type of setup this afternoon. So again, a situation that we're down with here, trying to give you some of the different visuals here across our area. So again, let me go ahead and away from this for now. Though I hit the wrong button. I apologize. That's what happens when we get on here a while and I'm doing some different things here in the Weather Center. But let's go ahead and cut away from this one right now, this visual, and get back on over there. Get back on over right now toward that Doppler radar vantage point. So again, we'll go ahead and jump back on over here. You'll be able to see what we're down with. You'll be able to see what we're down with here in the Weather Center. So again, this is where we have that warning there. Camden County, Nassau counties through about 5:15. And then we have that warning towards Southern Marion. That one's set to expire here at about 5 o'clock. And then you can see here warnings toward Wakulla and Leon there. We have 3 different warnings in here. This one here right on Crawfordville, some of the worst of the weather, some damaging gusts possible right now still around Crawfordville and Wakulla County. As we look there, we have toward the east here, east and northeast of St. Mark's, some heavy rain and gusty winds, maybe some damaging winds at points there. into where Jefferson County as well. This is where we had damage from this storm. This warning remained in effect until 5 o'clock for southeastern Doherty, northeastern Mitchell, northeastern Baker, and west central Worth counties. That threat of damage and wind remains there, and then you have this threat northwest of Blakely, and about 5:15, Clay County in Georgia, southwestern Randolph, northwestern Early, and Quitman counties into this potential of wind damage. And further up out of our area, we have some warnings. You see around Cordele, they're not in a covered area, but a warning there. Another warning, as you see around Abbeville. You have more warnings here east of Warner Robins. So a busy day in towards central Georgia as well. Again, looking at some different things here in the Weather Center. I'm probably gonna take a break here, catch my breath for a few minutes, and be back closer to the top of the hour unless something really breaks on us here, like a tornado warning. We're not really expecting, but occasionally when boundaries come together, something weird could happen. But not really expecting that here today. We'll be watching. I know they sent out a special weather statement to Tallahassee office. Developing thunderstorms will impact portions of the Big Bend, northeastern McCulloch, southeastern Gadsden, northwestern Jefferson, and Leon counties through about 5:45. So again, just continuing to watch that here, continuing to watch that situation. I don't see any questions right now from the viewers. I'm gonna catch my breath for a little bit. So keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. Keep you guys updated. Be back at the top of the hour with more information here as we watch the situation progress across our 62 counties. So excessive heat warning. There was around Tallahassee into that for the next few hours here. Well, at least it was, I think, 7 o'clock. So I guess at this point it's getting closer to a couple, but you kind of get the idea. And then you had the severe thunderstorm warnings here in play for a little bit longer here, at least in the yellow spots, expiring Marion. But we'll probably have more of them issued as we get deeper into the evening hours. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the top of the hour, trying to give you the latest on all the warnings. Got a couple new ones here in the last few moments across all area. One of those for Leon and McCullough 545. We give you the heads up that includes Tallahassee proper. Give you the heads up about that right before I went off a few moments ago. And another for portions of Turner and Worth in Georgia until 5:45 as well. So a lot of warnings in play. A lot of storms, a lot of them strong to severe across the area when you're not getting the heat. A lot of you really getting into word of storminess here. If you haven't already got into it, then you're cooled off, and then that might be a little bit better situation if you didn't get any damage. But in a spot here like Tallahassee, you're getting into where some of the storm threat here over the next little bit. So we're watching things very carefully here, watching the movement on some of this stuff here. In fact, I know I'm doing some different tracks here on things, just trying to get an idea of exactly where some of the worst of the winds, worst of the storminess may go here over the next little bit around Tallahassee, here around Leon County. So just gonna kind of see what's going on with this. They're saying northeast at 10 miles an hour on some of this. I just want to make sure because there's so many different movements with these storms. I mean, well, I was gonna do a track. Let's not. Let's just say this loop. I think because we have too many erratic movements here. If I try to do a track, it's gonna confuse you guys a little because things are just coming together all over the place. So let's go ahead and switch to other source right now. We'll pull this up full. You can just see the motion of these winds, these different pockets of wind. There's different areas. I mean, you can see a few of them, but two of them I'm gonna highlight here. Really important. I mean, there's this one area right in here that's coming on in, moving kind of northwesterly, and then this area kind of moving more northeasterly, it would appear. So that's cause for concern, and you kind of, where those meet is Tallahassee, so that could really be a problem here for Tallahassee over the next little bit if this is the case and that ends up happening here. Some really nasty weather moving toward FSU, FAMU, TCC. Make sure you get inside. Make sure you get away from windows right now as we're looking toward Tallahassee. I know we're using a different product here today, a different viewpoint on some things. We're not going to it too much at this point, just kind of trying to phase it in here best we can. We have some more wind out toward the west here too, I'm noticing. We'll have to see how that kind of comes into the equation. It looks like it's moving more easterly here. So another pocket of wind in toward this area here trying to come on into play. So we'll have to see how things kind of meet up because it could, I mean, cause this to be pretty nasty on Tallahassee, or, I mean, with this instability, I would think that'd be the most likely case, but there's always a chance when you have stuff merging too much, I mean, it can cause eventual weakening, but it could take a while. Could even get a little bit of rotation if we get too many things to merge here, so just keep that in mind. I mean, I have a lot of different areas coming together here, not a good thing, as we're getting some reports of damage in Quitman County, Georgia now, treated out on Georgia Highway 27, just south of the Stewart Quitman County line at 412. This afternoon. So again, look at everything just kind of coming together here. It looks really tricky here, but overall, I mean, you saw the wind a minute ago. You see all these different boundaries here. It's just kind of a mess here for Tallahassee over the next little bit as stuff kind of comes into play. Different boundaries kind of pushing the winds here as well. So it's just a mess here, folks. Where is Tallahassee here? I mean, maybe you can see right around the airport, really. Getting into where some of this higher level of concern. So again, I just continuing to watch things here for sure this afternoon. So he's gonna go ahead and watch things here. That's me I'm talking about. So let me go ahead and go back on over toward our broad view here. I'm gonna go ahead and take off the motion on that other view here, and I'm gathering some different details together here to protect you, your friends, and your family. So again, I've seen a lot of different things pop on up here. A lot of different things pop on up here this afternoon. So again, and now into toward the evening here as we're looking ahead, these temperatures are really a factor here. We're just gonna really see how these storms kind of come together on us here as that timeline does go along. It's just interesting to watch the maturation of them. So again, we have a warning outside of area 2 here. This is down south of Pearson office in Melbourne, issuing this till about 5:15 for northeastern Lake and west central Volusia. So Paisley, the Leon Springs there, Sellers Lake, Astor Park, and Lake Catherine there into that threat. So we'll go ahead and just keep watching there. It's either expiring Jacksonville is the warning out there for Nassau and Camden. So still some storming. It's been a little bit of good news there. And I know one thing I wanted to check our wind thing here, our wind thing on our screen in terms of some of those different details that we're getting in. So again, also making some notes. We got a lot going on, so I apologize here. I'm just trying to make some notes on where we might want to go next year in the coverage as well. So just bear with me. There's a lot happening right now, and we're trying to stay on top of it for you. So again, let's go ahead and see what we're doing with here. What we're doing with. We're going to go ahead and see here that we have not a number popping up for the winds right now at Tallahassee Airport. So that's a good sign so far. A good sign so far. But it's probably going to show some gusty winds here soon, maybe severe wind. We'll just have to wait and see. So let me go ahead and just continue to watch things here. So some of these pockets of wind. You can see this one area here, northeast of Woodville. This is the area west of Woodville. 30 back here, not with a warning yet, but we got another warning toward the east here because we have that area kind of moving. They're saying more, well, easterly, but there's some maybe. Let me check the movement on this here. Things just popping up all over the place. Maybe some northerly movement in there. Tallahassee, Railford Greenway, excuse me, as well as over toward the Appalachia Regional Park, Cody Muskogee Road Greenway, over toward even Gallarna Estates in there, Wassissa, lower there, Wassissa Springs. You kind of get the idea here with some of the storminess. Just got to be really careful from it. This stuff popping up all over the place here as we're watching things in the Weather Center. So just going to keep on monitoring things here, trying to give you guys the very latest to protect you, protect your friends, protect your family here on this Sunday afternoon going in toward those evening hours. So again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest right now. Let me go ahead and jump back on over to a different screen here. Let's go ahead and go back on over to a different screen. Try to give you guys the latest here. Say you guys some different perspectives, some different viewpoints. That's what it's all about here. That's what it's all about here at Cloud Weather, trying to give you guys the very latest. So again, just trying to see exactly what's happening here right now. Just trying to see the overall details on the situation at large, the situation in general. I'm going to check some power outages while I'm out of the camera shot for a moment here. So let me go ahead and pull those up. We're going to try to give you guys the latest. I know there's a bunch of outages across the country, not near as many as yesterday, but some remnant outages in like Missouri, 20,000 or so customers in the dark, according to PowerOutage.us. Virginia about 18,000, Maryland about 16,800, Wisconsin a little over 12,000, and Illinois closer toward 11,000 here. So again, just trying to give you guys the very latest on what's going on. Georgia right now, about 10,223 customers in the dark here at this point. Looking there toward Charlton County, Georgia, 112 customers in the dark. Dougherty County, 348. So up on the PowerOutage.us map itself. Turner County, 304 customers. I'm going to check Dougherty County, though, because that's not really tracking everything around Albany. I don't think it tracks a lot of them. The city of Albany, the actual main map here, actually only 4 customers affected, but I don't think I was factoring that in there. But good that it's not too high, though. That might be a little bit higher. But then in Florida, let's look at some of those outages in the Sunshine State right now. Checking some of those different details here at this moment. At this moment in time, 6,724 customers there in the dark right now. So something to kind of keep our eyes on here for sure. Again, just trying to effort the latest details. It's just a one-man band here with all these different storms that we're dealing with. I know Gadsden County, 572 customers in the dark. Leon County, at least on this map, 25, 94 in Wakulla County. Let me see if we have any new numbers. Sometimes I can go to the city of Tallahassee map, maybe get numbers to rapidly update on us here and give you a little bit better indication of what's going on in the here and now. So again, just kind of a messy situation here overall. a messy situation here overall. So again, just trying to see, guys, the very latest here on what's going on so far. It looks like I don't have too many outages around Tallahassee, so that's good. Only one customer out so far, but that could change here pretty quickly. We're just gonna have to keep on watching things here. Let me go ahead and see what we might have here. We're just gonna have to see here what's going on. So we just have so many different warnings. Let me go ahead and see here what we have with an advisory here as well up toward southwestern Georgia, Calhoun, Clay, Early, and Randolph, and about 6 o'clock or so to about 6 o'clock in toward that area. So it's just a lot of different hazards here setting on up. Let me go ahead and go on over back on camera though right now as I give you guys the very latest here. Give you guys the very latest. So we'll show you guys what's behind me here right now and see all these warnings are on Tallahassee. Look at all that stuff on the south side here from the airport southward. Got a lot of wind energy in there. Pretty ferocious stuff there right now. And then as we look here, I know just looking across our different counties, across our region here, see some stuff to the east that's pretty nasty. Seeing the overall pattern here promotes some overall storminess here. That's causing some inclement conditions here for sure. So again, just continuing to watch things here. You see around Woodville off toward the east there. Definitely some brighter colors here on the display indicating the stronger winds. The more favorable conditions here down to the surface to cause some damage could be in play there. So gotta keep that in mind. Gotta keep that in mind there. Okay, so we don't have at this point any Jacksonville area warnings, but a bunch of other warnings here. You see in southwest Georgia, Clay County, Georgia. You see Turner County around Ashburn there as well. Seeing some issues in toward that part of the viewing circle. So some nastier weather moving down I-75 there. You see around Dakota there. You see around Dakota and toward that area. As we just continue to look at things. Continue to give you more updates, of course. These temperatures here are storyline as well as we get the latest observations on in. You can kind of see what we're dealing with, and then we all have all these alerts here as well. The excessive heat warning of some heat advisories here on play as well, causing some problems for us here. So again, just gonna continue to watch all of that here in the weather center. Let me go ahead and get back on over here. 98 degrees Tallahassee, but this storminess is coming on in here and gonna causing some problems here, unfortunately, over the next little bit. So just something to kind of keep in mind here as we're watching the progress of some of these storms here across some more different counties, some more different zones here. You just got to be mindful of what can happen for sure. Let me see if there's any questions from any of the viewers right now. Let me see if there's any questions from any of the viewers. I'm going to see what we're doing with here, and looks like right now I don't see anything at this point, but just again, thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks so much for trusting me here on this Sunday here, this July 30th, 2023. So let's see what else we might have here right now. Again, all these winds. Okay, I think I want to look at these warning statements here and just emphasize some of the areas that are being impacted. So you have Tallahassee, Woodville, Florida State University, Tallahassee Community College, Florida A&M, Doak Campbell Stadium, Lake Bradford, Leon Sinks, Gaither Community Center, Tallahassee Memorial Hospital, Walker Ford Community Center, South City, 8 Mile Pond, Griffin Heights, Bethel, Tallahassee Airport, Governor Square Mall, Natural Bridge, Midtown, and Appalachia Ridge Estates on this thread. So I know Roy down with us here very intently. Let's go ahead and see what we have. I want to go down really tight here. I want to get down to street level, folks. Our system's going to work really hard to get me there. It's going to work really hard to get me there right now. And look at some of the different areas here that are being impacted. So kind of on maybe the leading edge to some degree here. But let's go ahead and jump on over to our other sources. I'm seeing record highs across different parts of the state here today coming to our system. But you see here, kind of small, but Gonna read them off to you. So Capitol Circle, Office Center Conservation Area, Southwood Regional Park, the Florida State University Schools, so the high school, as well as John Paul II Catholic High School, all being impacted by the storm. And it's here right now. Capitol Circle, Office Center. It looks like the Central Lake Park area there. Some other areas in between as well. Some grocery stores and restaurants here. You can kind of see getting toward the Department of Veterans Affairs with some of this as well. So again, I'm just trying to give you guys the very latest. You see Tallahassee Flea Market there. This might be a little bit stronger. It's just we're so close on the radar. It's kind of obscuring some of this like Lake Munson here with some of this storminess as well. So again, just heavy downpour. A lot of different roads here being impacted right now here across the area. So just something to kind of keep in mind here as we're looking at some of the different communities there, looking at that road from Woodville up to the north as well with some of the different impacts here too. So just got to keep our eyes on this situation. So got to be very careful here. You see, not quite as much in the word FAMU yet or Florida State, but gonna be a story that starts to really evolve closer toward those spots here pretty soon. So I just gotta keep that in mind. Just gotta keep that in mind here. We're gonna try to give you guys more updates here as the situation requires, obviously. So let's see what we're down with here. There's FSU if you can't make it out already there. There's FAMU right in there as well. Trying to give you guys the latest. Trying to give you guys the very latest. So, okay, we're getting some new reports in now. We're getting some new reports into the Weather Center right now. Let's see what we got. Okay, so trees down on Bloxham Cutoff Road in McCulloch County from around 4:53, 1 mile southwest of the community of Helen. So again, that's kind of the storyline there right now. Kind of the storyline there. As you see, those areas in the north not getting as storminess yet, but just continuing to track the situation here and continuing to give you guys the very latest updates on everything. You can kind of see how we have some of this stuff developing. Stuff, it'd be hard to even put a track on it. It's happening so quickly, but it seems like some of this stuff's going to move in close toward FSU in the next little bit here. Just overall, can't completely guarantee it, but you guys are under the warning here as we're looking at things on our map, on our geography here. So again, just trying to give you guys the very latest. Of course, this here, and let me kind of do the best I can on here. So this is your airport here. I know I'm gonna put an X here. I don't know if you guys kind of get an idea of what we're doing here, but it's just to help me out to pinpoint things on our map. So this is where we have the cone of silence, so you don't actually see the storminess, but right on cue, we just got reports from a little while ago. We got to 46 there, so we're having some storminess that's expanding around here, even though you can't really see it. So just continuing to watch things here as we monitor the situation. Let's go ahead and zoom back out just a little bit here. We're going to go ahead and keep giving you guys the very latest, and I'm going to go ahead and come back on camera now, I think, as we try to do that. Try to protect you, your friends, and your family. The warning out ahead, you see Lloyd under this as well. You see the temperature 98. That's just crazy. And then the storms in play, that causes problems, obviously. That combination here, folks, that combination of hazards. I just got to be really careful. All these different areas of wind here. All these different areas of wind. You see west there, the airport. And then the wind right around the airport as well. Again, right in here, folks. You see all that wind, all these brighter colors on our velocity scan here. So just trying to give you guys the very latest on what's going on here at this hour. So let me go ahead and see what else we might have. Let's see, we don't have quite as many warnings as we had earlier on, which is good news. We do have some. Okay, so Doak Campbell Stadium has got a gust of 41 miles an hour, so even we're not getting the rain up on our different scans here at points, we're still getting the wind here on the boundaries and the like, so that's something that we got to keep in mind, take note of here as well. So again, let me go ahead and see what we have with this warning on the fringes of our area around Aspirin there toward Turner County, toward Worth County. This is a severe thunderstorm warning until 5:45. So Aspirin, Worth, Sycamore, Warwick, Rebecca, Amboy, over toward it looks like Hobby, Turner County Airport, Dakota, Sibley under this as well on I-75 there in Georgia. And then you have all this torment. A lot of it focused south of the interstate here with the heaviest rain and the gustiest winds, but some of those winds are kind of being pushed out and still causing some problems, like that gust of 41 at Doak Campbell Stadium, that gust of 46 at Tallahassee International Airport. So again, and then you see the damage to the south there in far northern McCulloch County. A tree down on Bloxham, and not just one, but multiple on the Bloxham Cutoff Road there, it would seem. So again, kind of giving you guys an idea of what we're dealing with here at this present point in time. So again, that's kind of your storyline there right now. That's kind of your storyline there in northern McCulloch County at this present point. And that stuff's been pushing up into Leon here, and you have that other warning in the word Jefferson as well. So our different warnings here, I know, just kind of trying to run these down. They both here, probably for another 24 minutes. So watching this thread, excuse me here, just trying to give you the latest. I'm trying to give you the latest here to protect you, protect your friends, protect your family. I know aerial flood advisory here for parts of Putnam County at about 7:15 or so. Just being noted as well. Some heavy rain there, but see our warning here. This 5:45. This 5:45 as this tries to kind of push in to some degree toward Tallahassee. Further on in toward town. Flood advisory. That's because of all that rain they're getting toward parts of our different areas. I know Putnam flood advisory, probably this area down here, southern Putnam. And then you have some of these different areas. We had this flooding threat here a little bit. 2-3 inches flood warning there north of Dunellen. You can see here we have some storms in Georgia, dumping some heavy rain in Lafayette County. This purple here about 1.5 inches here over the last hour, northwest of Mayo. A lot of lightning in between. Got a strong storm they're saying in the ward Hamilton and Swanee. It's that complex kind of coming on in, it would seem. The Jacksonville office making note of that. So again, just continuing to watch things here. I know we're sitting at 96 degrees right now toward the east of Stark. Our pressure 1,013 millibars, dropping off some. So kind of interesting to watch that trend here, storm meter pattern in the storyline here. So makes sense to some degree. But again, looking at things, we've got a high 97 here. Heat advisory in play around Stark today, and then other areas out toward the west. I mean, toward Leon County, Tallahassee, heat warning, which is very unusual. Excessive heat warning. As heat index value is just getting so high, so hot, causing some problems. So that's what you have to be mindful of for sure. You have to be mindful of for sure as we're dealing with some of these different dangerous conditions here as they set on up. So again, just checking on the latest. Let me see if I got some power outages for you. Hopefully we don't, but I'm gonna check our other source here. So let me go ahead and do that. We went to lightning, a lot of lightning showing up here, which you got to be mindful of whether there's a warning or not. Whenever thunder roars, you want to go indoors. That's what we're dealing with right now here as we're getting over some of our different spots. So you see all this lightning there, southeast side of Tallahassee. Gonna see if that's causing some power outages even, or at least get an idea of where they are. So we could correlate to that or the wind really, but at least kind of get an idea of some of the different numbers here. Let me check our city of Tallahassee outages then. Let me see if I can get an idea on what's going on here. See if there's anything new. It was just one a moment ago. It's changed a lot since then. We're now up to 2,462 customers, and there are 42 different areas where there's a little bit of an outage scenario, at least a few folks out here and there. So again, just got to be mindful of that. So the numbers have gone up a pretty good bit north Tallahassee here this afternoon. So just got to be careful with these storms ripping on through. These storms coming on through here, causing some problems in North Leon County. So again, I'm just trying to give you guys the very latest here on what's going on and what's happening. I'm just going to check here to see if there's anything new here and see if we're getting some other details or anything like that here. It's just always interesting to see exactly what is happening here as the afternoon goes on, and then as we get into toward the evening hours. I mean, we're still going to this threat lingering to some degree, so that's something to be mindful of. In fact, I might check our model here in a second. Let me do that here. Let me zoom out I'll zoom out a good bit here as you see our area a little bit better. You see our area a little bit better here. As we're still sitting at 96 degrees outside at this hour. So again, let me go ahead and continue to watch things here. Continue to watch the situation. And then let me go ahead and see here what we might have in terms of some of the different information that we're dealing with. So again, we've been on that radar here for the last little bit. You can see we have different options here to go to some different stuff. But right now it's about going toward that model in our ace triple war to kind of get an idea of what could happen in the future. So just so I know it'll go through here, let's go to the last run, a 19Z here, and we'll kind of loop this around. So you see, this says storming is really lasting for a while. Maybe we'll get lucky, but there's still a lot of spots that are just too hot here for us to get that lucky probably. And the modeling's probably on the stormier picture here lingering. We'll just have to see. Maybe we won't get as many warnings as we're expecting with these storms to pop and become severe. But again, I mean, looking there, you can see 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe clearing out there as we get late into the night. But again, it goes pretty quick here as we highlighted yesterday. But I mean, you see some stuff there at 10 or 11. Maybe at least we won't get stuff really late. But I still seeing a lingering threat here for a while on and off. So gotta be cognizant of that. So again, just monitoring things here in the Weather Center with our model guidance. This is what we're expecting in the future. The current warnings are on there, but you kind of see what we're expecting in the future here. We're just going to keep on tracking things. I see it goes to 49 at Jacksonville Beach, measuring that station there last little bit. I don't think we have any type of warning. We have an advisory. I want to check that out and see what's going on over there. So let's go ahead and switch away from this then. That's what we're looking at, 7 o'clock maybe for our model tonight. That's still seeing a lot of storms around here in that instance. So we'll be monitoring that, obviously. Let me go ahead and jump back one over, though. Let me go ahead and jump back one over to the camera shot. So you'll see me, and then I'm going to take this down toward the beach now. Got some heavier winds at points there. Not a lot of heavy downpours, but in a way that kind of hurts you because you want to have warning. You don't have much lightning, heavy downpour. You don't want the lightning, but it does help warn you from the gusty winds that are coming in. That if you're at the beach, you could have an umbrella blow around, something like that. That could be a hazard. So it makes things a little tricky at points. But there has been a marine warning in play, a special marine warning here in play for the last 15 minutes or so. As we go ahead and zoom back out, we currently have, it looks like 3 severe thunderstorm warnings in play. There's now a flood advisory. For parts of Leon, this is kind of dumping a lot of rain there in toward that area and there in Leon County. So I just got to be kind of mindful of that here, causing some flooding issues there on the south side of town. As we get on in, you see Woodville, this heavy, heavy rain. And then, I mean, last hour prior, not too much rain, but this hour, already seeing here in the last 60 minutes, an inch and a half north of Woodville, west of Woodville, about an inch and a half. And the more you get toward town, the more urban flooding you'll get. And we get too much of this in a town, and we could start to have like a flood warning or a flash flood warning situation in the ward Metro Tallahassee. So that's something to kind of keep in mind here over the next little bit. Something to be mindful of here for sure. So again, we cover 62 counties. It's about protecting you. It's about protecting your friends. It's about protecting your family here at Cloud Weather. So again, I'm trying to give you guys the view here. We're in Bradford County. Nothing in terms of storms really yet. We're 96 degrees, though. Eventually, we're probably going to have some storms around. That's why we had higher rain chances still lingering in the ward today. 60% on that forecast that we had here Thursday night for you guys on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch, and now with the live coverage today. And we have the heat and then the storms. Make sure you're drinking plenty of water. Right now, we're okay from storms around Stark, but that could change pretty quick. But with the storms, just overall, we're going to have the lightning hazard and the light. But from the heat, you just got to make sure you're really exercising caution because heat can turn dangerous very quickly and can be deadly. I mean, elderly, children are most vulnerable, but I mean, and toddlers and the like. So just got to be careful. Make sure if you have those young kids, those toddlers there, those infants, make sure you're just extra careful and don't leave them outside there in a hot car because it can turn deadly very quickly, very, very quickly. So you got to be really, really, really careful. The most careful you could ever be in those type of situations. So let's go ahead and get back on over here. As we look back at our current Doppler view now, you see some stuff just north This is a warning here you see by the Peachtree City office for Telfair County until 6:15. Severe thunderstorm moving southeast about 15 miles an hour. And in this area here along the interstate around Ashburn there this morning going for another 15 minutes until about 5:45. And you can see around Tallahassee there, we're seeing the storminess in that vicinity and toward Leon County here as well. And toward parts of McCullough County, we're watching that region here very carefully too. Just trying to give you guys the very latest to protect you, protect your friends, and protect your families. So that's what it's all about here at Cloud Weather, keeping you guys safe and informed. So again, let me go ahead and zoom back on out a little bit. And just try to give you guys a vantage point on some things. And I know that wind and rain and storming is right around Tallahassee right now. Let me see, it's cooled off very rapidly, by the way, at the airport, down into the 70s now. That quickly with our latest update coming on in. So that's impressive. Very impressive. Heavy rain, heavy storms there. Okay, we just got a new warning for Nassau and Duval now until 6. So that's just coming in from the National Weather Service in Jacksonville. So let's go ahead and go on over there now. The National Weather Service in Jacksonville. This warning's about to pop up here into where this area would seem, this area of storminess. Threat in play for damaging winds about 60 miles an hour here with these heat conditions in play, these hot temperatures. And now that's viewing things, and there's your warning. So this warning goes to 6 o'clock at 5:31. A severe thunderstorm was located near Amelia City or 7 miles southwest of Fernandina Beach and is generally stationary. East central Nassau, northeastern Duval counties, including Fernandina Beach, Yulee, Talbot Island, Ocean Way, Amelia City, and Little Talbot Island here under this threat. So again, a severe thunderstorm warning here in play until about 6 o'clock or so in toward this area. So again, just so watching things very carefully here right now, looking toward parts of the First Coast region as we try to give you the latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. So severe thunderstorm warning until 6 o'clock here. You see this area of storminess here near Amelia City, 7 miles southwest of Fernandina Beach, impacting some of these different areas in that yellow box for the next 28 minutes, give or take. Back toward Tallahassee, a couple yellow boxes around here. Again, watching things around Tallahassee, watching things around Leon County. You can see all this storminess here in play. Just going to have to keep on monitoring things here in toward these different areas. I mean, around, it looks like US 319, some nasty, nasty weather. Looking there in toward that different part of the zone there. Just seeing some heavy winds in there. Heavy downpours as well. As we're looking, you can even see a push of wind out to the east a little bit with some different boundaries in play. So that's something you got to be aware of. You're not even going to have to wait maybe for the storm to get the wind that can cause some problems to come on in. So be aware, make sure you move inside. Take precaution from these storms here on this Sunday, July 30th, 2023. So again, just checking the latest here in the chat sets and trying to give you the latest information to protect you, your friends, your family. New warning is outside of our in Appling County now in southeastern Georgia. Appling County here right now. It's not going to include our area yet, which is good, and it may not ultimately get there, but we'll watch things up that way. Of course, with that warning in Turner County. And let's get over toward the out for view that's best for that area in Worth County as well. You can see toward Erebus outside of the area, Ashburn inside of our area. Some of these different threats, some of these different hazards coming into play. And you already see here gusty winds. We'll see if the warning gets extended toward Tipton or not. Wasn't overwhelming there, but we'll have to watch into this area toward Jacksonville, Georgia. A little bit stronger from the higher up view, at least on the radar at Robins Air Force Base. Let's go to Tallahassee's radar right now. I'll give you guys the best view on this here. Over Tallahassee, there's a lot of wind all over the place. These brighter colors, it's hard to pinpoint one specific area, but definitely getting some power outages to set on up around Tallahassee here for sure. They've talked about here in the Weather Center. So again, let me see what we might have here. Let me go ahead and try to give you guys another look at some of our different displays here. I'm going to go ahead and try to give you guys here some more information right now in terms of our power outage numbers. So let me go ahead and jump back on over here then jump back on over to our other source here to see what we're dealing with the Doppler. New warning now, copy, and Jeff Davis, by the way, Georgia until 6:15. New warning over there now. Let me read that off real quick. I know we're seeing the other area in Florida, but copy Jeff Davis, severe thunderstorm 11 miles northwest of Broxton. Hazelhurst, Broxton, Prison, Snipesville, and Denton under this warning. Okay, so power outage numbers. Let's go over there now. Try to give you the latest to protect you, your friends, and your family here in Leon County. Try to give you guys a number there toward that part of the viewing circle. So now 3,758 customers in the dark end toward Leon County with the storminess coming on through still. Pretty long lasting, really, with a slow movement on things, causing some problems for some of our viewers here in toward that area. So again, just seeing what we're dealing with here. Trying to give you guys the very latest here on what's happening. Let me go ahead and see if there's any questions right now on YouTube. I can't see anything right now. But we'll continue to watch things here in the Weather Center as we try to give you the very latest to protect you, protect your friends, and protect your family. So again, that's what it's all about here, trying to give you the very latest here on what is going on. So let me just keep checking all of our different numbers here, all of our different numbers, and make sure you guys know what we're dealing with. So let me go ahead and see what else is happening. I know just the incredible temperatures here that we've been dealing with as well. I know dealing with some issues overall with the heat there. I mean, it's just really been building up here and allowing for these storms. So I'm going to jump back on camera now. Try to give you guys the very latest. So there's your wind. Just a lot of wind around there. And then we have that warning to the east as well. We haven't checked in on in a few minutes. This is for Nassau and Duval counties until about 6 o'clock. So we have a nasty area of wind there to the south of American Beach, right on that Nassau-Duval County line. This is around Amelia City. See some homes in here. Going to be getting some of these winds there over the next few moments as we're right there on that line between Nassau and Duval counties. And they'll be crossing over, it looks like A1A here in short order as it gets toward the water, but not quite there with the worst coming on through yet. The heavier downpours would generally bring some of the worst down toward the surface. So again, nastier winds here, nastier rain. So just going to have to continue to watch things here in that regard as the overall pattern does continue to progress on us. So again, just down with it here. You see again all this heavier downpour activity here in towards some of our different neighborhoods. So Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening, going to probably be pretty busy here as we're looking ahead as well. Let's go ahead and see. I know I'm starting nothing yet, really, but we have a boundary. Have some gusty winds here moving in northern Bradford here pretty soon. Not really high winds, but some gustier winds here. And we're just going to have to keep watching toward Tallahassee as well as we try to give you guys the very latest here on what's going on. We're just going to try to give you guys all the different updates here to protect you, your friends, and your family. So again, around Tallahassee, all these different areas being impacted with heavy downpours. Don't know, being obscured a little bit here, but right in town, I mean, they're getting heavy downpours. You know, I'm going to compile it. It's going to overdo it some, but it'll help us out some too because things are getting obscured in here. But again, looking at some of our different topography. I mean, we had the gust there and the storms there at Campbell, and we're still getting those here like Bradford Road and 366 there, State Road 366 and St. Augustine Street there, and US 90, Tennessee Street, of course. So again, just continuing to watch things there in the word Tallahassee as we try to give you guys the very latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. So again, just dealing with everything out there. I know we're dealing with the heat here where we're at as well. It's a hot day. Let's go ahead and jump back over to our camera shot. You can see how it just has that hot look right now. We're going to have storms are building up more. I mean, with more of the buildup as we look later on. I know where the timeline. Okay, so let's jump between some of our different views here. Give you guys the latest on what else is happening here on our Doppler perspectives. We're going to that warning for parts of Coffee County we were talking about earlier on north of Douglas. You can see some heavier wind be coming in maybe toward Broxton over the next little bit. Some of this outside of our area, but some of it in toward our area as well. So gotta be mindful of that. We'll keep you guys advised here, and more updates will be coming soon. I think we're gonna catch our breath here again, get more information on what's going on. See you back at about 5:50. So about 10 minutes from now, more updates here from the Weather Center. Unless something like a tornado warning breaks, then we'll come back in sooner. But some of these warnings set to expire at 5:45. But I like that warning area there, both of those toward Tallahassee. Probably get some type of extension. If not, though, I see an advisory. That might be what they're replacing it with. We'll see. And then Duval, Nassau, 6, though. Some stuff in Georgia as well. Coffee County. Been talking about you guys. Over toward areas around Turner County as well. So a lot going on. We're going to be back here in about 9 more minutes with more weather information. See you back here about 5:50. meteorologist Casey Cloud back here to listen at 5:50 or so on this Sunday. Tracking and receiver thunderstorm warning on Tallahassee. I know Lisa there a few moments ago. You were commenting there about some interesting cloud features there. So I'm going to look at some of our traffic camera and pull those up in just a second. I've already been looking at them some behind the scenes, but self cloud apparently being reported there. So very intimidating, and that wind blowing there northeast Tallahassee, getting one of the nastiest conditions coming on through over the last few moments. Still some of those moving on in. It's probably more as we get further up in Leon County. But let's go ahead and pull up some traffic cameras in. I think we want to go ahead and go to Old Bainbridge here if we can, excuse me, and try to give you guys a look at one of our different views. I know we have to pick and choose because we don't have cameras that get further north of the interstate, really. But right there, we can kind of give you a viewpoint on what's going on. There's a new warning for Flagler until 6:30. We'll jump on over to that here in just a moment. You see that on that screen right there is that a yellow box here, a threat toward Flagler. Damage and winds possible into where that area may be hail to an inch in size as well. But traffic camera we go now. I'll pop this on up, and you can see this is toward Old Bainbridge Road, exit 198 or mile marker 198, at least here in this area. So again, you can kind of see here what's going on with the overall viewpoint. With the storminess, I know some of the heaviest winds probably already gone through some of these different areas, but still got to be mindful of what can happen here over the next little bit. So just one of the different perspectives there. I will jump away from that for a moment and try to gather more views here. And some of the worst of the storminess has really already kind of moved through some of the different neighborhoods here over the last few moments. See if we can get a look at the cloud. I know some of these will be kind of maybe not too intimidating because we're underneath the storms and the heaviest downpour. But I'll see we've had some of the heavier rain exit there further out toward the west. Some of the different areas having that. And then we have mile marker 194.6 there toward I-10 with some of that water on the lens of the camera. So trying to give you an idea of that here as well with some of these slick roads. So make sure you're slowing down. There's a foot advisory in play toward this area as well. So again, I'm just watching things there in Tallahassee proper. Just trying to give you the very latest on what's going on there with some of these more nasty conditions coming on through. So let me go back to northwest a little bit. Let's go to radar because I'm going to see what I'm talking about. I'm going to switch on over here. We can see some of these heavier downpours there and some of these stronger gusts, even on the edge here. I mean, north of the interstate. I can't get cameraed up here, but these areas here are like just north of I-10 there. We're looking just west here, in fact, of it looks like a Meridian and then east of Bradfordville there. Some pixels 50 plus possible when those lighter areas there, those oranges, yellowish looking areas within the red, and some winds out here as well trying to sew up. So that's why I wanted to kind of give you guys an idea maybe of what we're looking at on the cameras further to the west, maybe even out toward Midway. Let's do that. I think we might get a better look at things just in the overall geographic sense of things out toward Midway. So let's go jump over there. We'll go down the interstate just a little bit here and try to get over towards some of these different areas near the Ocklawahamie River. So let's see if we can kind of catch a view on some of this stuff out there as we try to give you guys the very latest information here to protect you, your friends, and your family. So again, northeast there on that view it would seem, and you can just see the slick road more than the cloud cover. These are traffic cameras. That's what it's focusing on, more the slick conditions here at this point. But again, I'm just continuing to watch that. Let's go ahead and jump on over away from that there now. I'll get off just a little to the east and see what it's showing. Some of the different vantage points here. Let's see what we're down with. Trying to give you guys the very latest. Again, definitely just some slick roads here. I mean, it can change pretty rapidly in these type of setups. So just kind of flexing back and forth here, west to east. And I look toward Mission Road here and seeing just more wet conditions there right now. Versus maybe some of the stuff off toward the west and in the north as well in the east. But again, just trying to give you a view there. That's Mission Road. That was just for a second there. Just try to give you the very latest. I know. Let me go ahead and see what we're doing with. So, again, trying to check our different systems here and see where we want to go. Again, I'm having to produce this. So that's why I'm writing some things down, trying to figure out where we want to go next. And in fact, I think we do want to go again away from our traffic system for the time being, then and see that warning in Flagler. Let's zoom in there. Make it back to traffic for Flagler here in a few moments. But let's go to that warning we were talking about a moment ago here, and toward Flagler. It's heading off into Volusia very rapidly. So this isn't going to last long then for some of our Flagler areas, just far southeastern Flagler then. So this warning issued there for Volusia at 5:53, but for Flagler and areas toward the west here. I see a little bit earlier than that, 5:49. Flagler Beach technically kind of under here this warning, but just be careful. But the worst is going to be to the south, as this is nearly stationary, but closer toward Ormond by the Sea than anything. More this an issue for Volusia. Melbourne office tracking it at 5 miles an hour. That's some more storms back toward the west here. So watching some stuff there around State Road 19. Some heavier winds there, stronger winds, but no more warning now. As we're looking ahead in the timeline for Eastern Duval, they were expiring that out. It technically goes to 6, so still could have a threat for the next few minutes. Here in northeastern Duval, for southern Nassau, so be careful there. But then we have this warning out here. We have Tallahassee, and then let's go to the Moody radar for the warnings up toward Telfair. That's outside of our area, but then the warning for Coffee County, that warning goes until about 6:15. Jeff Davis is outside of the area, but still might people watching this the World Wide Web, so people could be watching from anywhere. That warning does go up in your what direction. Appling, a warning up there just outside of our zone as well. Bunch of warnings there in central Georgia. I mean, just all over the place out of our area toward Swainsboro. Gonna have more of this energy putting in tomorrow as well, so keep that in mind. I mean, it's isn't just a one-day thing here with the storms coming back into the picture. Your day 1 risk is all over the place, but your day 2 risk here, more coastal with the biggest threat, but still storms in other spots as well possible. But that's your severe risk for tomorrow. Your day 2 risk there from the Storm Prediction Center there in Norman, Oklahoma. So again, we're watching marginal threat of some wind damage here as we're looking in that greenish color racing area there. So again, we're just going to keep checking things. It's all about protecting our 62 counties. Those are the priority here, keeping you, your friends, and your family safe and informed. Stronger storminess toward Coolidge, near Coolidge there in northern parts of Thomas County right now. And then as we get toward Tallahassee there, toward Tallahassee, you can see here some stronger winds again near and around the interstate. It seems like it's kind of falling off some, but could just be being obscured some too. Let's go ahead and Moody. And I mean, it could be falling off some more of a heavy rain threat, but more of an obstructed view here as we're looking at things too, because we're having to look so high up in one case, Moody, and then the other case, Tallahassee, is right on them, so it's kind of weakening our view of the radar picture just a little bit from there. The storminess right there in that area. So again, let's go ahead and go back to our other perspective here. We're almost at the top of the hour now. Meteorologist Casey Cloud, almost at 6 o'clock here on this Sunday, on this July 30th, 2023. So, again, storminess in play. There's temperatures though still in other spots with the 6 feet warning. It's very unusual around Tallahassee. Not a quite type of day where we're turning that logo red, but I mean, it's not that far off of that. I know at points we've thought about doing that red logo for that type of thread, and since we already had one of those earlier this year, I didn't want to really hype that up too much because we already have the storms, which are a bigger deal, and we have to be on for anyway. And the storms aren't like a tornado threat really associated with them, and we're not under a watch or type of risk there, like a slight risk or an enhanced type of threat. So it's tricky. We have a bunch of warnings, and we still got to be careful, but not wanting to go into alert mode per se. But we're in a lot of coverage nonetheless here. This isn't like what we had in June with this tornado threats popping up, but it's still a day where you want to be careful. We can still have people hurt by the lightning, could have people hurt by the heat as well, injured, and really have adverse effects from that heat there. Those heat-related illnesses as well. So get sick from the heat there. So again, just got to be really careful here as we're now at the top of the hour, 6 o'clock even on this Sunday. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. So let's run down the current warnings with that warning for Flagler and then warning for Volusia. We have Tallahassee there with a warning that goes until about 6:30. I do believe there for parts of Leon and Jefferson and Gadsden. So that's the net of the 29-30 minutes. And then we have some stuff toward Coffee County in Georgia That warning goes with 6:15. Damaging winds, gusts to 60 in that isolated nature. The main severe concern, but lightning's a concern with any thunderstorm, obviously. Gotta remember whenever thunder warns go indoors here in this type of setup. Very important to keep in mind here as we're watching things in the Weather Center. So trying to give you guys the very latest here. I know we're sitting still at 96 degrees east historic, so eventually we're probably gonna get some storminess, whether it's severe or not. Can't know for sure, but gonna have some storms, some lightning around, you would think. At least some rain with some winds to some degree, but the instability here, over 5,000 joules per kilogram in some of these spots. I mean, these are numbers that are really, really significant. Luckily, we don't have other parameters really with these, or we'd have a different type of situation. We had a bunch of winds here with these type of instability values. We have a tornado threat, but we don't have that. So that's why we're not seeing a tornado threat, like we're not in that time of year for it. June, that event was a real big anomaly. We had enough instability, not this high, but really. But then we had this shear, and those came together in an unusual fashion. We had a pattern with the overall jet stream and the light, giving us some different issues there, and that was very bizarre. But again, just continuing to watch things here in the Weather Center right now, continuing to give you guys the very latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. And a new significant weather advisory now at 6:30 for at least parts of Bradford, northeastern Bradford, but that might be because, let me double check this. I want to say the boundary, but there might be some storms that are issuing here, the advisory for, and there's a boundary there though, so it may just kind of be the grand scheme of things here with that concern. So let's see what we're dealing with right now. Just have to continue to watch things here, continue to track things here in the Weather Center. I know seeing this the overall this mess here of storms. You can see these storms in play here, and just trying to give you guys the latest and the boundaries, some gustier winds here at points, and we'll just have to keep on watching them. You see the word parts of Putnam and Marion counties. You see Tallahassee there. You see stuff between Thomasville and Moultrie there. Pretty nasty as well. And then not severe there, but this is potentially severe more into Jeff Davis and Coffee, but you're into the morning in Coffee, so be careful whenever thunder wards go indoors anyway. And then you're looking toward Tallahassee, getting further up in toward Leon County at this point. So not as much about areas there closer to the Leon-McCullough line around Woodville like it was earlier on. Let's go ahead and check some questions, comments. If there's anything, I don't see anything new, but we talked about Alicia's comment there. That wind really blowing in Tallahassee earlier on, northeast part of town with self cloud in play there as well. So it's interesting to kind of keep that in mind. Some storminess here in play in this type of setup here in late July. So again, we're very familiar with Tallahassee, of course, graduating from Florida State University there several years ago now. But again, just continue to watch you guys. You're part of our 62 county area there in Leon. So again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here on what's going on. So again, you're probably okay. These storms aren't too big of a deal overall, but you just gotta take some precautions. And then, as we get later on in the year, as long as we don't have any hurricanes or anything like that around, tropical cyclones, we'll have less of these storms, and we'll have, if we don't have the squall lines in between anything like that, you'll be able to watch that FSU football team here hopefully win a lot, if not all the games they play this season. So let's go ahead and check there right now. Putnam County, though, looking there at a ward of that area, 9:15, we have a flood warning now. So let's go ahead and check on over there. Talking about some heavier downpours in that area, really clustering there. More rural, but along, it looks like State Road 19 there, we saw Willaca showing up. West of there, some of the worst of that rain. And then some flooding, ponding water on the roadways, maybe some urban flooding in the spots that are urban. Probably not too many, but could still have a few areas there that have some problems. As we go ahead and look around, I know that one advisory not showing up here for some reason, but there is an advisory over here. And sometimes they do them a little differently there in the system for whatever reason. The codes, they don't read quite the same. So there is an advisory up here, not a warning, but one of those light gray boxes should be on the board here in toward this area with some gustier winds in play in toward that part of the region. So let's see what we have here. Okay, a covered map. Let's reiterate that. I want to take power outages and that special weather statement a little bit more in depth. See what's going on with that. Those details on that till 6:30. So that one is for gust up to 50 Mayport to Glen St. Mary there. Includes Baker with that threat gust up to 50 moving south at 25. So could have some of that stuff getting closer to Stark later on. Some gusty winds first, but not really into that advisory yet, I don't think. But there's some checking things here. I'm going between some different systems. Double check that. Let me see if I can get a polygon up maybe. Well, maybe not get a polygon, but let's go ahead and just see here. Yes, okay, they do have Stark in that. Okay, so that's why. Let me see if we have a polygon on our other system real quick. System advisor, not a warning or anything like that. But okay, other system's not reading it either. So again, sometimes that happens here. Gust up to 50 though. Could eventually get toward the south here and toward parts of Bradford County at about 6:30. Could be a little bit later than that toward where we're at here. But some of that push of wind we had some of that last weekend to some degree is what we were watching the cameras without the storms. Just that push of wind coming on in, which is kind of intriguing. I know I've been talking a while now, so I'm losing my voice just a little, but it's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. So getting closer to the 2 hour mark of being on for most of it. But Leon County, a lot of customers in the dark right now. City of Tallahassee, looking there, we're talking about 5,840 customers in the dark right now. 79 different areas of really small outages. 5,840 customers in the dark right now on the city of Tallahassee. And let's check Talquin then. Check Talquin. Again, trying to give you guys the latest here with the storm is. As it's been coming on through there, Talquin. Let me see what we got there on that one. 1,154 customers in the dark one, that utility as a whole. So again, some nastier weather here in play. Dealing with that. Trying to give you the latest. Trying to protect you, your friends, and your families. So I think we're going to take another break here in a moment, catch my breath again as we watch these storms and watch the timeline get a little bit later on. So again, you can see here, got a warning toward Tallahassee sits up in Georgia. Storms that might get severe again, a warning flag. We're getting more of a loose there next little bit, but we'll get some more warnings and we'll be covering stuff for you here as the timeline and the situation does warrant here. So again, tracking everything, hot temperatures and spots that haven't got the storms like where we're at here in Bradford County. We're still sitting at 96.1 there on that thermometer right now. So be back here at 6:15 with more weather information. Keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. We'll keep you guys up to date here on this Sunday. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at 15 past the hour on this Sunday. Seeing a new warning now popping up for parts of Duval and St. Johns County. As things in some cases go from sun to storms pretty quick. Also, another new warning for parts of Brooks and Thomas in Georgia. That one goes to 7. One in Duval and St. Johns at 6:45, and then the third one gonna pop up right down here. New warning now coming from Marion and Putnam, and that one goes into about 6:45 as well. So new warning coming from Marion and Putnam counties. So at 6:45, you see a yellow box fill right on in. There you go. That's a warning now at 6:45 there in parts of our region, North Central Florida, Northeast Florida. There as we're watching here with the progressing over the next little bit. And we're going to go to 43 at 6:09 around Mayport. So a lot of storminess here in play as we continue to give you guys the very latest here to protect you, protect your friends, and protect your family. So again, let me go ahead and see here another new warning Appler and Wayne. That's just outside of our area really though as we're watching things out that way. Let me go ahead and see what we're doing with Just Really developing in Jacksonville. Let's go ahead and go to either source then. This is east side of town, right on Jacksonville Beach. Yeah, this could cause some damage right there along US 90. We're seeing winds of 57 miles an hour now. This could cause some damage in Duval County. This little pocket here of some stronger winds right now in the part of Duval County. So not overwhelming, confined with some of the worst of the wind, but in a few spots you could see trees fall, see some power lines here fall, tree limbs even in a little bit lesser case come down here in a few cases. So we'll see some JEA power outage numbers going on up here, like we saw toward Tallahassee there, city of Tallahassee there with the power outages over the last little bit. So something to kind of be mindful of here for sure on this Sunday. Another new warning in Jordan, Atkinson and Coffee until 6:45. Atkinson and Coffee until 6:45. Here you see the push of wind there. And you see around Willacoochee, but that's where our new warning is going to pop up. Pearson, probably Douglas, that general area. Yeah, there you go. There's a new box just popping on the screen now to 6:45 in toward that area for another, looks like 27 minutes or so. So again, gonna continue to watch things there as we're looking into parts of southern Georgia here as the situation does go along. I know Augusta 47 in Baker County around all lusty there over the last few moments as we're zooming around here on our Doppler. These storms that, were in areas here, we talked about it all afternoon into the evening now. Storms here would kind of really have that growth to them once they took advantage of the heat energy. And that's what we're seeing here. It got so hot. We're still at 96 here, folks, east of Stark. And once we get some stuff in here, maybe we'll get lucky. But if we don't, these storms could be pretty rough here in a few neighborhoods. Not everybody's going to get a two-bedroom. Unless we don't have the other characteristics here in the setup. Just a lot of instability, really. And that can be problematic, though, for these storms to take advantage of to some degree. So, again, it's a hot day, though, outside. 96, 97 there with our high. So, again, the heat index value where we're at, and again, the number comes out a little higher here where we're at. The overall topography and more openness here, and I mean, it gets a little more moist, a little lower lying here. We're at 115 on our heat index value. I mean, at one point, now 116, it fluctuates. It was up to 122, but again, it's not an anomaly with the gauge necessarily. It's just where we're at. It's similar to Cecil and some of their higher heat index value numbers here as well. But temperature at 97 at one point, and again, not much of a departure from that. As we've talked about other spots, they're getting a big departure with those storms coming on in. So let's go ahead and see some of those now. Some of those cooling areas here in terms of where spots have dropped here on those thermometers. Those downpours have cooled things off. Not everybody. A lot of these are still pretty high, which is concerning for maybe later on stuff to be able to maintain itself. But see, the Cecil was at 100. They're down to 86 now. There in the Ward that area, you see still 95, Gainesville 95, Keystone, but they're in the 70s in Georgia there. As we still have a storm there northeast of Thomasville that's severe. I think we need to jump to, that looks pretty potent. So let's zoom in over there now. It's moving down toward equipment over the next little bit. You can see north of Barwick there, north of Barwick into toward that area. Just going to keep our eyes on that situation there as we continue to watch things here on this Sunday. I try to protect you, your friends, and your family. So, northeastern Thomas, western Brooks, at 612. A severe thunderstorm was located there 13 miles northeast of Thomasville, from southeast of 15 miles an hour. So Coolidge over toward Barwick, Thomasville Municipal Airport, Barney, Dillon, Patton, Oaklawn, Merrillville, Hollis under this. Again, going to keep watching things, going to keep tracking things there. You see north side of Leon County here with some of this storminess as well. I think it's fallen off some, but it's obscured by the radar some too. Still gusty winds, but down to 74 degrees there at Tallahassee Airport over just the last little bit. So again, I'm just going to continue to watch that here as this timeline does go along. Again, we have some storms trying to work their way closer and down to the south, but also this boundary here going to produce some gusty winds here as well over the next little bit. It's coming through Lawry now. This could cause a couple power outages. Not exactly sure how strong the winds are with this yet, but we'll kind of get an idea once it comes to our area here over the next little bit where we're at. I know, just looking at our different numbers, though, new advisory for parts of Columbia, Suwannee, and Hamilton until 7. Also, new warning just outside of the area, Calhoun and Jackson, 6 o'clock Central Time now. Again, continuing to watch things. Let me take the temperature off so this doesn't get as cluttered here on our map. And then let me go ahead. Again, we just have a slew of warnings. There's so many. Let me just kind of run these down. We need to talk about Putnam County again. So this warning here, this is a warning until 6:45 for northeastern Marion and central Putnam. 6:15, a severe thunderstorm is located near Lake Delancey, or 10 miles north of Salt Springs, moving north at 5 miles an hour. Palatka, Interlock, and East Palatka, Lake Delancey, Hollister, Satsuma, Willaca, Hog Valley, and Manville under this. So we're just going to keep watching that there. Lightning dangerous even outside of warned areas, even a little bit east of Archer, excuse me. And I know just don't want to get caught off guard by this because this stuff pops up quick as sunny. Where we're at, it's probably going to be really, really bright on this shot that we pull up here for you guys. And still pretty bright for sure. Seeing even a little bit of reflection of that sun, I think. But definitely some storms building as well here in the overall storyline. But the sun's still heating things up. That daytime heating still in full effect here in eastern Bradford. That boundary is going to cool things off some probably here, but bring some gusty winds with it. Not severe warned, but strong storms here. Advisory in play here for the next little bit. So again, continuing to watch things, and we're still at 96 degrees, but that's just starting to drop off some. Let's see what McClenny said. I know they have some storminess in their vicinity. Well, I don't have an actual observation there in McClenny, but I can kind of give you an idea here. Let me go ahead and give you guys an idea here of what's going on. Bear with me. I know, estimated 92, but I'm sure they're cooler that now. So, again, just trying to give you guys the latest here on what's going on. There's your infrared satellite, by the way. Still see some of the breaks there, and then visible satellite will show some different storylines as well. But again, just trying to give you guys a look here. Definitely more breaks around Star than almost anywhere else. Hopefully we get a boundary with that cooling effect versus getting the storm, but if it'll cool off, could be an issue. Can't guarantee it, of course. It doesn't really work exactly like that. I know you would think it would, but it doesn't always work like that here in the meteorology. But we're really hot, and these storms are having an effect here on some of our different communities. So, again, continuing to watch things here. I think we're going to break here in the coverage right now and gather more details. So, see you back here at 6:30. It's going to be a pretty quick break here as we gather the latest on what's going on. So, there to view all those warnings, all those yellow boxes here, folks. So, whenever that thunder war's going towards, but then make sure you're in that interior room. Roy, if you're concerned about this wind coming on through, that could occur in some of these different neighborhoods, at least be away from windows. That's the most important thing here. Not a tornado situation, but at least be away from windows, even if you don't want to go in an interior room. So, see you back here in a few minutes. Meteorologist Casey Cloud jumping back in here just before 6:30 because we're getting a little bit of an escalated threat now into Duval and St. Johns County. We have a considerable threat for wind damage. There's been a confirmed now that just came into the system, a confirmed gust there toward the Fort Carolina area in Jacksonville to 71 miles an hour a little while ago. So based on velocity, that threat seems to still be holding, even though that was a delayed report from 6:04. They just upgraded the warning here at 6:26. So we need to get folks in shelter. Almost treat it like a tornadic situation right now in toward parts of our covered area right now. I was looking for cameras, don't have any right here, some just to the west, but really the worst of this wind, as you saw it there, it went down just a little bit in that latest scan or so. It went up a couple scans, but it could be just coming down to the surface here actually, so it could be a little bit of an illusion. We could still be getting this really strong wind right here on the west side of Ponte Vedra Beach, so we could be seeing gusting near hurricane force here in this area right now and pushing down towards sawgrass. This could cause more damage there to trees get knocked down in this type of wind. Power lines could get knocked down here. I mean, it's not even completely out of the question. We could have some roof damage with the type of winds like what we could be seeing. Even a power pole, maybe like one or something, could get knocked down in a wind like this too. So this is the strongest threat we've had all day. Our first considerable warning here, considerable damage threat right now toward Duval and St. Johns County. So you got to take this a little more seriously now. Here again around Ponte Vedra Beach and Sawgrass. That's where the focus of this threat is right now. A dangerous situation, a more escalated level of concern. And I don't have it in our system where we switch the colors around here. I'm going between some different ones, but this would be an orange box here on our other source. Just so you guys, now I'll put it up though on our, let's go to Duval right. I can just put it on the screen here for you. Just so if, maybe if you're not paying attention too closely, or maybe you're not really if you're watching one of our streams, we didn't have captioning or something, and you're maybe hearing impaired, something like that, you'll be able to kind of get the latest. So let me go ahead and emphasize this to you guys here at home. Let me go ahead and jump this on. So you see the 70, the number 70 on the screen. We actually had a gust confirmed 70 plus here in Duval County over the last few moments. So again, a dangerous situation right now in Duval County and in St. Johns County here, northern St. Johns. That's kind of the storyline. You see a marine warning into the west, or excuse me, the east. We a little bit of a hook on that, but that's moving into the coastal waters there. As we're getting, I know a new warning for Madison, Brooks, and Lowndes at 7:15 as well. 6 mile an hour wind there, but this is a considerable threat for damage right on Ponte Vedra Beach here, folks. Let's go down to street level mapping if we can. Let's go to high res here, velocity, and you'll be able to see we have, it looks like some grocery stores in the fringes of this. A lot of homes in here. A lot of homes in here as well. You see the Oak Ridge Park, some stronger winds. You can kind of see how some of these winds here, they're pushing southeast. So to your TPC Sawgrass, we're lucky they're not playing golf in terms of a big tournament there today, at least like the players. I mean, there may still be golf being played, I'm not sure, but you can see here Sawgrass. There it is, latest scan now coming right on in there. It's really, I mean, really quickly pushing there. Now let's see, Michler's landing there. Does some of the wind even on the edge of this? I know it's a little bit of an illusion here to some degree, but I think actually it's not as much on the edge as it looked like. That radar was running a behind scan there, really, a scan that was just behind. So around Palm Valley there, you're seeing some winds, but right in here as well, some stronger wind right at the coast there, right along A1A. So I know these outages, I bet, are going to be getting pretty excessive in Duval County now. So again, a nasty situation here. Let's see what JEA is reporting. Their electric outage map. So we're talking about, okay, so far 279 customers. So maybe we were lucky, but you just never know here. They're continuing a warning here until now 7:15. Okay, so let's see what's kind of going on with the overall track on this. Kind of interesting to extend it that long, but okay, so they're calling this a dangerous situation for St. Johns County and southeast Duval. So maybe they expect this to kind of ride down the coast a little bit more with some of this stuff further back toward the west. That's how they have it drawing. You see St. Augustine under this now. So instead of just 60 mile an hour winds here, folks, we could be talking about a threat with winds to 70 miles an hour. Here's 70 miles an hour there into toward that area. We already have confirmed gusts to 70 earlier around Fort Carolina. It may still take a little bit for those power outage numbers to catch up there from JEA. So 631 severe thunderstorms located along a line there, extending from near Sawgrass to near Mandarin, wind south about 20 miles an hour. St. Augustine, Mandarin, Fruit Cove, Wargop Village, St. Augustine Beach, Sawgrass, Nocatee, Durban, Volano Beach, and Picolata. So again, it's about protecting you, your friends, and your family right now. This is according to them here, and of course I see it as well. This is considered a dangerous situation here, folks. The statement said these storms are producing widespread wind damage, so seek shelter now inside a sturdy building and stay away from windows. Large hail and damaging winds and continuous cloud to ground lightning is occurring with these storms, so move indoors immediately. Lightning is one of nature's leading killers, so remember, if you can hear thunder, you're close enough to be struck by lightning in this type of setup. So again, a nasty situation. That core wind there, really tracking it. May want to see what we can get here on some different views in a moment. So it looks like as we're kind of watching things here, seeing that wind there, Roy, look like a threat. Some of these areas toward the south. So let's kind of watch the loop on this. Over the last little bit, you can see it pushing there towards, instead of maybe going to the coastal waters, to kind of ride right along there. A1A more than even the interstate. But maybe we'll catch some stuff from the interstate here as we look at this again. Try to give you guys an idea of what's going on as the timeline does go along here. So, okay, we're just getting more updates in. Bear with me here. Again, I know we're getting reports of Tallahassee damage now at the hospital there in Tallahassee. They're saying a tree was knocked down at East 6th Avenue in Tallahassee there and at intersection with Beard Street. So, again, there's your wind pushing down to the south, though. Let's check the movement. So, they're saying this is moving to the south at 20. So, considerable damage here. So, let's go into a storm track on this here over the next little bit, get an idea of where this is headed. So let's kind of track this on through the St. Augustine Beach area here over the next little bit. Again, there's your warning with 70-mile-an-hour winds possible over the next little bit. So we're just going to keep on monitoring the situation. But there's your storm there. There's a track on some of this action here. And you see South Ponte Vedra Beach at in 19 minutes. Casacola in 27 minutes. Over toward Usina Beach in 33, Volano in 37 minutes. So, again, just continuing to watch things here in the Weather Center. Trying to give you guys the latest. We're off camera right now trying to gather more details, so bear with me here as we try to give you the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. And I want to go even further out with this. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit here. I want to go even further down the coast. Let's track this all the way if we can. You see it, me trying to give some other tracks on here. I apologize as we're trying to bounce between some different things, but another tree out down in Tallahassee toward Missing San Luis there, a tree down at Ocala Road there over the last little bit. But okay, so let's look here. So let's do another track on this. You can see, so it's out Ponte Vedra Beach there, Volano Beach, St. Augustine in 41 minutes. Davis Shores, an area that's prone to flooding there in our storms in the past, the hurricanes. This is different, of course, but still could have some wind damage there, 42 minutes or so. College Park, same timeline. St. Augustine South, 51 minutes. St. Augustine Beach, 54 minutes. St. Augustine Shores in 60 minutes. So, Crescent Beach in 76 minutes, Palm Coast 116 minutes, of almost 2 hours still before maybe this gets down there if it holds together. So Corona 144, so this could be in our area for another 2.5 hours with a threat, or hopefully it won't be as strong or as significant as it is right now. But again, just continuing to watch things here in the Weather Center. So okay, so we're trying to get the latest numbers here from different sources. New advisory now for Bradford as well through 7:15. Could have some gusty winds of 45 to 55. Lake City, Lake Butler, Fargo, Rayford, over toward Middleburg, Taylor, McClenny's, Glen St. Mary, Belmont, Palestine community as well. Again, continuing to watch things here in the Weather Center. Trying to give you guys the very latest here on exactly what's going on to try to protect you, your friends, and your family. So we're going to jump back in front of the wall now as we try to give you more updates. So again, you see some of this on our view that we're more used to seeing here on the air. Sawgrass there, Again, I'm just continuing to watch things there. You see that there as that wind kind of pushes on in. As I back this up, you can see how maybe it was looking more like with our tracks that it would push more into the coastal waters. It still shows that, but it looks like it's actually taking more track toward the south here instead of right along the coast. Our system's trying to get more out here, but it looks like it's going more like this. So more of an issue toward the south here as we're getting just more warnings popping up toward the north now. I see it's getting darker outside where we're at. We want to take our cameras here in a moment, but again, a nasty situation here in some of different areas. But you see right there along the coast, that brighter color showing winds of 60 to maybe 70, not out of the question. As that pushes on down here, you have these warnings for the west. You have some stuff around McClenny to the west there, pretty strong, but not currently warned. Stuff more the Lordy popping up. It would appear here a little bit more so hitting some boundaries, going back and forth in the radar. New warning here to the east. Looks like as we're getting of that one that we had prior, issued at 6:12. We have a warning that was issued at 6:27 from Madison there, as well as Lowndes and Brooks County. Then 7:15, a severe thunderstorm was located 7 miles southeast of Quitman, moving east at 20 miles an hour. So Lake Park, Valdosta, 75 next at 16, Remerton, Dasser, Twin Lakes here under this. And then we have a new warning further in southeast Florida with maybe a line trying to develop. This one's in play until about 7:30 for southeastern Coffee, Pierce, Atkinson, Northern Ware in our area, Bacon, Wayne outside the area. Same with Jeff Davis, and then Clint's there in our area, and then we have Apple and also outside of the coverage zone. But you can see Waycross here underneath this thread over the next little bit, so we just got to be kind of cognizant of that here as this situation does develop here on us, as this timeline does get a little bit further along. We're just going to keep checking things, tracking things here in the Weather Center. So, again, it's all about covering our 62 counties here, folks. All about covering our 62 counties, trying to keep you guys safe and informed here. Keep you guys safe and informed here on all the different platforms. That's what we're trying to do. We're still at 95 here in Starkside. Heat energy still around here. Other spots being used some by these storms that are pretty potent here on this Sunday. So again, we got a little boundary about to come through where we're at. So wind will pick up a little bit here. So far today, our highest gust is only 11 miles an hour at 12:32. Might kind of exceed that here over the next few moments. So something to keep in mind as well. Gonna keep checking some things for a second here while I'm off camera, and then we'll try to get to some of our camera systems. Try to give you guys the latest on a few things. So let me kind of see what we're dealing with here. Let's see what we're down with. Try to give you guys the very latest on what is happening. Let me go ahead and kind of zoom on in here to a few things. This is more than your normal summertime storminess here, folks. Again, just trying to kind of keep you guys informed here on what's going on. Okay, DEA is not really getting too high though. Only 194 customers showing about in the dark so far, which is a little bit on the lower side here, which is good news. But at least a few spots we had a gust there, like I said, observed towards 71 miles an hour in Duval County a little while ago, which is a cause for concern. So again, watching things all over the place here, looking at all of our different monitors to try to keep you guys up to date here. Let me go ahead and come back on camera here in just a few seconds as we continue to give you guys the very latest here on what's happening. Another expiring warning for Marion and Putnam. Let me go ahead and come back on over here now. See, we're getting some storminess here to the advisory for parts of northern Bradford there until about, it looks like 7:15 there. We're just gonna keep you guys up to date as we go back on over right now. I want to look outside where we're at to see how the cloud cover looks. Just be looking back to the west some, so might see that area where that lightning is soon up there, further southwest in Bradford County. You can kind of see some development here with the cloud cover, so pretty intriguing to see. And definitely getting darker out there though, as we're looking at some of our different things here across the area on this Sunday. On this Sunday here, July 30th, 2023, I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center to try to keep you guys safe and informed as we get more information to stream on in here. A new warning just issued now proportional to Lanier and Lowndes counties until about 7:30. Lanier and Lowndes now to about 7:30. So let's go ahead and go home. I mean, this map's just really cluttered with warnings here at this point. Probably gonna get another one to pop up if it hadn't already popped on here. It may already be on there. Let's see, is that a new one? Okay, that's a new one there for Lanier and Lowndes. That's up there till 7:30 now. So at about 6:43, severe thunderstorms looking along a line extending from 10 miles north of DuPont to near Lakeland, moving south at 25 miles an hour. So Lakeland, Meigs, Naylor Courthouse, Greenwood, Hansel, as well as Stockton here. Underneath a threat for some damaging wind gusts. So just got to be cognizant of that potential there in the word parts of south central Georgia as well here, as you kind of see what we're talking about. So it's going to be the polygon that fills in the gap a little bit here. There's Lakeland and some of this stuff pushing on in, pushing there south at about 25 miles an hour. So again, let's go ahead and write the view out. I would try to count a number of warnings on here, and I think I will, but it's not going to be the easiest to count here because we just have so many, and some of them right on the edge of our viewing circle. But again, let's just see what we're down with here. So that one does include part of the area, but some of these go away in a minute, so I may want to just wait for this to reset. There you go. Under Thomas County, they're being told there are several trees, now not in Thomasville, but in the community of Pavo, for pronouncing that right there. That's where we have several trees and power lines knocked down. New warning now for parts of Seminole County in Georgia until 7:30. Until 7:30, looking over there now. And in Holmes, Washington, and Jackson counties as well for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts to severe thunderstorm warning. And play now for another 45 minutes toward that area. That'll pop up here on the western side of your screen here, left side, and it just did. So just kind of clipping some of our areas there just by a bit as we continue to give you guys the very latest. So, okay, so we'll try to count all these here. There's a lot on the board here. I might miss something, but there's one, there's two, and you have, and I just look here on our screen, 3, 4, 5, 6 polygon that looks like within our covered area right now. Severe thunderstorm warnings in play for the next little bit, mainly for damaging winds. So you have that threat there of hail, and some of these here may not be severe, but and you have lightning there too. That's not a severe characteristic or a severe property, but it can still be a problem here for you guys in some of these cases. So again, let's see what else we might have. I think we're going to do this track on these winds here as they're pushing on down. We're trying to give you guys the very latest on exactly what's going on here. So let me go ahead and kind of zoom on out that map before we switch it on over. I just want to give you guys a track on what's going on there with some of these winds. I'm going to zoom out a good ways here with this just to try to give you guys the very latest here on exactly what is happening. So let me see here. So this one is 29 minutes for parts of Duval and St. John's, the one I'm looking at right now. So moving south about 20 miles an hour. About 20 miles an hour here, folks. So let me go ahead and see what we're doing with in terms of just a new track on things. Kind of get you guys lined on up here. So again, kind of trying to ride down the coast just a little bit. So a lot of folks in this here ultimately, if this kind of stays in the coastal areas versus going in the water. I know one of our warnings is getting canceled for portions of Brooks and Thomas, by the way, but let's go to other source. There you go. So giving you guys a look. There's South Ponte Vedra Beach over the next few moments. Volcano Beach, St. Augustine, Davis Shores, St. Augustine South, St. Augustine Beach, St. Augustine Shores. We're watching things. You see Palm Coast there, Flagler Beach. This could be a couple hours away still, so depending on how long those winds hold together, as we're just continuing to watch things here, folks. Again, you see a special weather statement there, but then we're going to go ahead and keep looking at things here in the Weather Center and just try to give you guys the latest update. We have a new warning now for parts of Baker County here in play. That's just popping up to 7:15. Just popping up to 7:15 here for parts of Baker County. Looking north of Sanderson with some of the worst of this. So again, we're just going to go ahead and try to give you the latest on what's going on there. In just a moment, I'm gonna come back on camera and kind of run some of that down for you guys. So just an active situation here, an active day. We're down to 93, by the way, where we're at around Stark. Haven't got a guest higher than we had here late this morning, early this afternoon. Officially it's 12:32, but again, trying to give you guys the very latest here on exactly what is happening. Let me go ahead and come back on camera now. So again, new warning to Ward Baker County. Again, tracking things up there on our other stores. You can see west of McClenny there. Some heavier winds a possibility in the Ward that area right now. As we're looking, you see Interstate 10 in the path of this here over next suburban. They had a storm last Sunday. That's pretty potent around McClenny. We were tracking, and hopefully not as bad this Sunday. We had a lot of damage in. Hopefully it's not that bad now, or it's just west of town probably with that. But then you see an advisory here in play now down to the south as we're looking at things. Some gustier winds coming into play. 644 that was issued there, and 45 to 40 or 45 to 55 mile an hour winds a possibility. So gotta be having to watch that here over the next little bit. So we're at 6:49 right now. I gotta catch my breath again. We're trying to give you guys the latest. It's all about protecting your friends and your family. Haven't been in front of the wall this much here with an extended severe weather update like this in a while. Just trying to gather more details here. Sometimes when we're off camera, it's a little easier to gather things, but wanted to be in front of the camera here. If we have the heat, we have those storms combining for a very active Sunday here across the area, and we'll have more. Barring a tornado warning, something that's kind of unexpected popping up like that. We'll have more here in about 10 minutes as we continue to keep you, your friends, your family safe and informed here on this Sunday. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back with you as we approach the top of the hour. I want to jump in right here at 7 o'clock. Roy gets on us because we are seeing a warning for Stark now. So just trying to get the latest information on that to protect you, your friends, and your family. We're going to go ahead and zoom on into our other source here right now. And say, you guys, the latest on this is a severe thunderstorm warning for Bradford County, as well as southwestern St. John, northern Putnam, and then Clay County here until about 7:15. So pretty short fused. It's kind of tricky here with the different boundaries and the like, but severe thunderstorms located along the line extending from 7 miles south of Maxville to Bostwick, moving southeast at 5 miles an hour. So Spring Cove, Spring, Stark, Keystone Heights, Middleburg, New River, Flora Home, Federal Point, Doctors Inlet, Barden, and Fleming Island under here. So it's got stuff all over the place here on this board. I know, just it's everywhere. The storming is trying to come together at least, and then we have stuff to the east. This honestly looks like it has a lot more wind damage potential on South Conopher Beach toward Bolano Beach, St. Augustine, and St. Augustine Beach over the next little bit, knocking out power, no doubt, towards some spots there. I hear thunder where we're at, though, in Bradford County. So make sure you're under this warning. Be inside, be away from windows. I know you don't see a lot here, but I think some of this is also this warning a kind of a forecast because I think more upscale growth's happening and stuff's developing really quickly here. So even if stuff isn't quite severe in the Ward of Bradford region now, maybe in 5 or 10 minutes, it could be a different story. A different story here. So again, been on already for about, I mean, looking at the clock, almost 3 hours, and we still got more to go with these storms coming on through here, folks. A dangerous period for a few folks. Not everybody's getting the worst of this, but I know normally I can kind of pinpoint things in Bradford. It's about the development, so things could happen very rapidly on us. So you don't want to be caught without shelter here, as we have some different boundaries interacting. I mean, I see 2 boundaries, it looks like, and I'm going to kind of try to indicate this here. I mean, we have a couple boundaries. I see them coming together right here and right here. These kind of come together maybe around starting at Hampton. Again, it's kind of a forecast. Unusual to have a warning like this, but stuff's happening so quickly. I want to kind of get out ahead of things. The National Weather Service there in Jacksonville, as we try to give you guys the latest. So make sure you're inside and away from windows around Stark right now. These boundaries have some pretty gusty winds with them too. Still nothing overwhelming more than 11 miles an hour, but I know our temperature dropped to 87, which could help us a little, but at this point, some of this stuff's already, I mean, it's still warming up, kind of enough instability baked in here to cause some problems. So we are under a warning here on Stark, at least for the 13 minutes. Could, if this really comes together like being indicated here, could go a little bit longer than that even with this potential. So let's go ahead and put a look at our camera in the corner. I set this up the other day here. I wanted to try to have this so we could kind of keep it on the screen while we're doing other things here as well. So there's our look outside here. Look at some of that storm, and it's back off toward the west and a little south there with that camera shot. So it's that storminess right out there here that we're kind of looking at right now. And we're kind of looking at in the corner of the screen at this present time. 7:03 here on this Sunday, trying to give you guys the very latest on this severe thunderstorm warning on play here for the next little bit. I know some of the stuff to the north might be a little more put together near Lodi as well here. So again, a dangerous situation as we're looking at things right now. I know Stark, we're not really getting the storminess here right now, but it's kind of tricky again. Watching this stuff, we'll keep that camera side in the corner, but let's go to the east here right now. Let's go to the east here right now. St. Johns County, South Ponte Vedra. I bet they're getting hammered with some winds in the water there. Maybe even a little bit of maybe weak rotation in there, maybe just a burst of wind there, right in this area where green and red strine is. So nothing overwhelming, but something to watch at least as we're near the coast there. So another warning again toward McClinney and areas west of there. Looks like the movement on that might be a little bit more off toward the west with that. And then we'll go ahead and zoom out just a bit here, just a bit, and we'll kind of say, you guys, hey, look here around Valdosta, getting reports of wind damage, numerous trees and power lines down around Valdosta. Normally we could just emphasize one area here, and we can't. I mean, we have to go between all our different storms here. It's just so busy, along with tornado warnings, so nothing to prioritize except sometimes a little more towards Stark, since that's why we have a few more viewers here and there. But again, this is here on the radar near Valdosta. The cameras where we're at in Bradford, Florida, Bradford County, Florida. But looking there on Valdosta, some really strong winds, and again, a lot of damage reported with trees and power lines being down. Not like structural damage maybe, but again, trees and power lines being down there around Valdosta there in parts of Lowndes County. And then you have areas toward like Jennings here. There's an advisory for you guys, but toward the west, the warning now, going to be a warning. It is issued one to fill in the gap. We got more warnings in Lear County. We got a warning Homerville, Waycross up there as well, but a new warning's about to come into toward this area right now, kind of filling in that gap. There you go. That's until 7:45 now for parts of Columbia, Baker, Hamilton, Charlton, Clinch, Eccles, and Ware counties. Again, a busy day. We've had so many severe thunderstorm warnings this year, but it's going to be one of the busier days in terms of those. We're going to have all year probably. Maybe not the worst type of day, not a squall line set up really, but still a busy day. Jasper, Jennings, Fargo, Statenville, Taylor, as well as Mayday, Needmore, St. George, Belmont, Blue Springs under this. So, got to keep watching that. We're seeing development off the Moody radar in Bradford with some of this stuff to the west. It seems like the north's coming together. We don't have a camera necessarily on that. I mean, maybe getting a little bit of rotation here. Let's go ahead and put our camera full then, because I think that'll give us a better perspective on that. So we'll go ahead and go to that full now on our screen behind me. We want to watch the clouds a little bit. So again, keeping our eyes on this situation here in Bradford County, just watching the different features here of the cloud cover with this severe thunderstorm warning in Bradford County. So you can see here some pretty interesting clouds here setting on up right now around the historic area. So again, just severe thunderstorm warning for another 9 minutes, but this is about a forecast as stuff grows. You don't hear a lot of thunder yet, but stuff getting more intense, more serious here. So gotta take it seriously as we're getting more information here into the chat session to try to keep you guys safe and informed. Again, it's a one-man band, so we're trying to do the best we can here, but it is Kendall Coffey and Jeff Davis to Jacksonville with a severe thunderstorm warning, but they're continuing things for Abilene, Atkinson, Bacon, Clinch, Pierce, Ware, and Wayne now until about 7:30. So 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and hail to about an inch in diameter. A possibility in the ward those areas, some in our zones, some not in our zones. But again, we have a severe thunderstorm warning in Bradford County right now. Again, looking at the camera, we're watching. I know it's kind of there a little bit on the brighter side with this setup. I can go either way. Sometimes get a little too dark though. So let's just keep it like this for now, I think. And as it gets darker, it should do a pretty good job here as the conditions potentially deteriorate here in Bradford County around where we're at. We're east side there and just east of Stark there in Bradford. So again, trying to give you guys the very latest here. Let's see what we have. 86 degrees right now is our current temperature observation. Did get a gust of 12 here a few moments ago, it looks like. 7:04, showing on up there on our anemometer, our Davis weather station. It reaches a little low sometimes, so maybe a little higher than that because it's only about 6 feet up, give or take there. But again, just trying to give you guys the latest here on what's going on and what's happening. So again, let's see what we have here. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to leave this up here. I'm going to gather some more detail off camera for a moment. I'm going to step out of the shop for a few moments here. Again, we're trying to give you guys the very latest on what's going on to protect you, protect your friends, you protect your family here. We're just going to try to check on all the latest details coming on in here. Again, you see the severe thunderstorm warning in Bradford County right now. I know it's hard to believe in some ways because we're not hearing a lot of thunder where we're at and we're under the warning, but it's more about development potential here over the next little bit as well. So interesting cloud structures. Let's go back to the radar for now, though. Let's go back to the radar, I think, for the moment. You can see there's our warning. If I zoom out, the whole polygon, we've got other polygons just all over the place here, folks. I mean, it's about as busy of a summer day as you're ever going to see with these warnings. I mean, it's in a tornado situation, thankfully, but we have to emphasize that threat if that was the case with the warning polygons. Getting a lot of power outages here, but in an isolated fashion, but a lot of places. Latest from PowerOutage.us here. I've seen about 3,000 customers in the dark there in Leon County. Looking like McCullough there, 363 customers in the dark. Suwannee County, 646, 161 in Hamilton. In Bradford, I'm going to check our Clay Electric map because not so too many in Bradford so far, but let's check it directly from Clay Electric here. Try to give you guys the latest. Here. So bear with me. One-man band here, folks. I know a lot of folks are trying to get this information right now, so it's taking a moment. But okay, so 378 customers in the dark on the Clay Electric grid here. It looks like about just one still in Bradford, so that's a good sign so far. But 230 in Clay County, 25 in Columbia County, and 51 in Alachua County. So being told of widespread damage in Jeff Davis County, this outside of our area. New warning for Bradford, Baker, Clay, Duval, and Union now. So 745 is that area from the north coming in. So that's where the focus is at the moment. But again, to the north in Georgia, outside of our area, with some of this kind of, on the edges of regions here that we cover, there's been widespread tree damage there, with many of them blown down along the Douglas Highway from Denton to Hazelhurst. So a lot of problems up there in South Georgia. A lot of problems up there in South Georgia. A lot of problems all over the place with the warnings. As bad as being a severe thunderstorm warning map as you're ever going to see here, folks. So let's go ahead and not just one squall line. These are all over the place, these yellow boxes. Let's go ahead and put our camera back up in the corner again. I think the worst is still more in northern Bradford now, but let's just pop this in the corner so you guys can keep an eye on the cloud features we're at. We're east of Stark, looking back toward the west here. Just so you guys know. So, but let's zoom in. You have this other area. This is northern Bradford. Ooh, I think, are we getting some rotation with that now? Is there any type of tornado possible tag in there? Let me see. I don't see anything yet, but it's not too strong as I look at it. And then the actual grand scheme of things, there's a little bit of something there. So we need to watch it. Let's go ahead and get in here then. Now, that's not what we're looking with the camera, so I'm going to take it away because I don't want to confuse you. We only have that one view we can go to like that, but it's an area to the north here. The area, and then we go over to other view. This is the area we're looking at on the camera here. That's the angle we have it in. Not a little bit of wind down there, but worse here. And that's in northwestern parts of Bradford County right now. Moving here, the Ward area is there. Could be closer to Lardy. I know Lardy's not really into this warning for the most part here, but we'll watch it to see if they extend this on out. As you look at it, this is why you don't want to use an algorithm to look at rotation, because the rotation, when you look at it on some relative, is not as significant as it looks on there, on rotation tracker, but there is a little bit of broad rotation, I would say, with it, but not enough for a tornado warning at this point. We'll watch it, though. The environment's not really set up for that. But we'll watch it. More about those damaging winds, though, in this type of setup for sure. Maybe a downburst. And that'd be concentrated damage and winds there that happen very quickly in more of an isolated spot. Looking south at Green Cove, stronger winds there. You see, again, warnings. Just, I would try to go over every single one, and I'm trying here, folks. But again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here on what's going on. You see the word Pierce County got some gustier winds there north of Blackshear, possibly. We got a boundary here east of Homerville. Let's just keep our eyes on that. That could be giving you some gusty winds there, but some of that's not necessarily severe wind. With that, you got all this wind in St. John. The better traffic cameras showing some stuff there. Worse is still closer toward the coast there. So again, let me just keep watching things, keep tracking things here. In fact, since I'm off camera for the moment, let's go ahead and pull up traffic. Let me go ahead and pull up traffic here a little bit. Just right there, I-95 in towards St. Johns County. Let's see what we got here. Get kind of leading edge possibly of some of this. I know it's kind of hard to see exactly what's going on in here. Some of the cameras are down even, unfortunately. This one might give us a good view depending on what direction it's pointed. I know we don't have cameras widespread in Bradford, unfortunately, but at least it's going to be a darker look. I don't think it's going to be exactly what we want, but I'll get it up there on the screen here, so bear with me. Just bear with me. I'm going to go ahead and real quick reiterate you guys of our covered area though. Let's go ahead and do that. I want to let you guys know again, we're in our 62 counties. We have many of those counties under warning right now, under severe thunderstorm warnings for that damaging wind gust potential. We just got a new warning now till 8 o'clock for parts of Clay, Flagler, Putnam, and St. Johns counties. So 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts there, the biggest concern that can knock out power, down some trees, down some power lines. Just got to be really careful. Got to be really mindful here of what's going on with that. As the timeline does continue along here, we're continuing to give you guys the very latest on exactly what's going on. We're in Bradford County. We're down to 85 here, by the way. I haven't had the storms yet, so that's good. But I see Madison, Brooks, Lanier, Lowndes now under a warning at 8 o'clock. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust. Severe thunderstorm warning in that area. Got to be mindful of that. Got to be careful. You see those counties if you look closely on this map where they're at with that threat. Even some flooding possible. Area flood advisory now for Lowndes County until at 9:15. So let me go ahead and come back though. Look away from this. There's some more warnings in play as I'm back in front of the key wall here. But let's go ahead and try to give you guys the latest here with the traffic system that we have pulled up. This is in St. Johns County, getting very dark. It's going to be this dark this time of day here, Roy. This is I-95 mile marker 311.9. Looking more with the southbound lanes. So I'm going to try to reposition here some of our views and try to get another camera view here in just a moment. So this is just one of them, though. At least so in the darker skies in general around. But let's see if we can get a little bit better look at this here. With some of this nastier weather coming on in. I know this may be behind a pole. If it hadn't been moved, it was behind a pole a minute ago. So it's kind of, you can see a really good view of some stuff, but not a good view of others. But let's pull it up anyway. I think it's kind of interesting. It's unique anyway. So let's go ahead and pull it up. I know you see that pole there, but then you see the storminess and the cloud featured and the rain coming down here on this traffic camera view mile marker 313. So again, just trying to give you guys a perspective on what's going on right now. Definitely some nastier weather here. Moving on in here as we're watching the storminess come into play. Left side of the screen, I think, is the best view here of the cloud feature to this point. Keep your eyes on that. Let's dump around here with more cameras towards St. Johns County right now. We're going to go ahead and get closer to the premium outlets there. I know. Hopefully you got back from a trip over there if you went there today. With that tax-free savings still going on for back to school. Let's go ahead and come on over. Let's come on over here to traffic. You can see mile marker 317. Definitely some pretty nasty conditions. Some folks with their flashers on in this type of setup here to try to give you guys the very latest there to Ward in St. John. You see the flashes of lightning there. Going to be a little bit, possibly, it could just be car debris of some kind, maybe tire debris, but it could also be a little bit. I might need to step over just a bit more here. So reposition myself. If you look behind me here very carefully, you'll be able to see some maybe tree debris there on the screen. Let me kind of show you guys what we're talking about. You kind of have to look really carefully. It's hard to see on this monitor, but looks like it's about right in there. So again, I'm just trying to give you guys the very latest here on exactly what's going on. A lot of nasty weather there in toward that part of the region for sure. Let's see if they've come down on that from 70 to 60. Hopefully they did. I think I said they did, but let me just clarify. Yes, 60 there. That warning does include Keystone, by the way. I know it's a very big warning, by the way, too. So northern Flagler, St. John's, Putnam, and southern Clay until 8 o'clock. The Palm Coast, St. Augustine, getting over toward Palatka, Green Cove Springs, Interlochen, Keystone Heights, Pomona Park, Hastings, East Palatka, Andalusia there. Andalusia, depending on how you want to pronounce that there, under that warning for about another 41 minutes or so. So again, we got another warning in the north here, northern Bradford County. Some nasty weather just west of Highland and just east of Rayford right now. Definitely some gusty winds, strong winds in there and toward that part of the region. You see some to northern McLean as well, pretty serious too. North of Taylor there, you see west of St. George. Let's go to the Moody radar, check that stuff out. This one stuff around Tallahassee right now, but they had some damage there earlier. It's highlighted. See stuff east of Idaho. You see stuff there west of Jasper. Stuff moving up there. You see in Pierce County. That might be a little weak rotation there. And that's not in the right spot for that really, but there's a boundary. I wonder if that interacted with that and caused something to spin on us real quick. Gonna try to re-examine some of these frames. Yeah, maybe a little bit of that. Might not be enough. Well, that was a little bit of that latest scan, a little bit of a hook. Okay, that latest scan just came in since I think we looked. I mean, I don't think it's enough for a tornado warning, but severe thunderstorm warning there. Weak rotation, not out of the question. Southeast of Blackshear in Pierce County. So we're watching that obviously. When these boundaries kind of come together, it causes some issues sometimes. I could have missed it, but we have had a tornado possible tag on something today, but I don't think we have. So that's good at least. But still gotta be careful, still gotta be on guard. You just never know these type of situations. But generally, in this situation, 99% of the time, it's gonna be about straight line winds or a downburst versus a tornado. So that's the good news, the good thing to keep in mind there. So again, just keeping an eye on things. Let's go back to our camera, at least in the corner here. And look at what we're doing with. We don't have a warning, but we're at in Stark right now, but Northern Bradford does. That's not where that camera is pointed, though. It's a lot worse further up in far northeastern Union and northwestern Bradford counties right now. So let's not keep that camera up too long. This is the Moody radar showing some stronger winds in there. In fact, let me see what we can gather on a different view here. We want to get down here to some of our different roads, maybe, if we can. I want to get down really tight. So that's right near the state prison there, folks. Right near the state prison and UCI. So let me see what we got then. We'll turn off some of our storm tracks real quick in here. Just don't want to confuse anybody here because it kind of gets a little bit too cluttered sometimes on some of our different maps. Let me turn off some of our tracking devices because before I switch this on over, we're going to try to give you guys a viewpoint of this. Radar Omega here. So Union County Correctional Institute, Florida State Prison. State Prison field, that's where some of the strongest wind is right now here. In toward this area, you see New River, right over that. So interesting to see again, right near the prison here, folks. I mean, really multiple prisons because you have UCI and you have Florida State Prison. But again, things coming together with some of these winds right over that area right now. So obviously, it's a little bit of concern for folks that work there. Hope everybody there in terms of that is all right. So again, just gonna keep on watching things here. Just gonna keep on monitoring things as we're looking toward this area. Hopefully everybody's all right out here as we're looking toward the New River. You can just see, I mean, there's a little bit of rotation. I'll go ahead and kind of examine some things. That's 20 and 17. There's a little bit of weak rotation, but not enough for a tornado warning here at this point, but still could have some burst of wind energy that could cause some issues down toward the surface. So that's where we're at right now. Let's see if we can do a track on this. So let me put this into motion a little bit so make sure we're kind of getting you the right way here. I mean, that actually looks like it's more going south. Another situation where we're getting stuff to switch directions. I think we better stay away from doing a track because that looks like it's kind of switching down a little bit on the direction here. I know we had our tracks up a moment ago, but a situation here where things are kind of switching around. Let's see how they're tracking this one. I'll go over here. Nearly stationary. It says trouble in terms of tracking it for them too. But again, let's come back on camera and if we start to get a better defined motion, I'll track it. But I don't want to track things the wrong way here as things switch around directions on us. But again, watching things very carefully in the Doppler. Again, just a slew of warnings here, folks. A slew of warnings. Southern Clay County, some stronger winds. Some wind around Keystone, but worse to the east. You can see there, moving toward Bostwick. Next few minutes. Around Taylor, around St. George. Looks like a little burst of wind. It might get us a warning here soon. That's a downburst signature. Yeah, that's interesting. I was right near the airport. Let's see if we have our meteors on. We don't. Let's see what type of gusts we got at the airport. With that, I'd be curious to know because right near the weather service there. Yeah, because you see that the last few scans, when that burst of wind went west on us now toward Ratliff, some different sea breezes having an effect, kind of switching directions with some of this stuff here. So different boundaries coming into play for sure. So kind of interesting to see that here as things kind of meet around our region. Gust of 40, by the way, St. Augustine 708, the Mesonet Station there. So not as high as we were seeing earlier on with that gust over 70 in Duval County, but still a situation that we're monitoring very carefully here to protect you, your friends, and your family. That's what it's all about here at Cloud Weather. Not a tornado situation, really. Maybe a weak, quick area rotation, but overall, not. That's not what we're dealing with. It's about local concerns. We're about our local viewers here, our local 62 counties, trying to keep you guys safe and informed here. Let's throw that map up again to remind everybody what we're talking about within our coverage zone here and our commitment to you, the viewers. So, of course, we have a little bit less of a severe thunderstorm situation in this one little area, something not really defined. Well, at least post up severe thunderstorm warning information on Facebook, Casey Cluttered and Cloud Weather, and at Twitter, Cloud Casey. But again, in a situation where we have more defined severe thunderstorm action or all tornado warning situations and or we're going to be on here on all the different streams, all the different platforms to you guys through the storms here, like what we're doing right now. Facebook, Casey Cloud X, Facebook Cloud Weather, Twitter at Cloud Casey, YouTube there at Cloud Weather, Twitch Cloud Weather as well. So again, some nasty concerns here with the storms today. We're on Bradford. That's why I highlighted part of Bradford under a warning too. But that's just the kind of a covered map here to kind of emphasize what's going on. And I mean, I can try to go over some of the counties under warnings, but it gets kind of complicated, but let's try to break this down for you guys a little bit. So let's start off toward Pierce County, Georgia. We do have that warning up there around Blackshear, Patterson, nastier winds up that way. We have some stuff there, Hamilton and Eccles, and I mean, jumping around here. Let's see, Hamilton and Eccles. So that's one of the areas. It also includes Baker, Columbia, Ware, Clinton, Charlton at 7:45. Another warning back to the west at 8 o'clock. Parts of Madison, Lanier, Lowndes, and Brooks counties. You have a warning for parts of Bradford, Baker, Union, Clay, and Duval until 7:45. And another warning to the south and east, Flagler, St. Johns, Putnam, Clay, portions of those counties. That warning goes into play until about 8. And we just got a new warning now. This one's going to be for a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-an-hour wind until 8 o'clock for parts of Brantley. So let me explain the nomenclature. So Brantley, Eastern Peters, Northwestern Glen, and then Wayne outside of area to 8 o'clock. Severe thunderstorms located along a line extending from near Oldham to near Raybon, going southeast at 20 miles an hour. So Jessup, Mahana, Patterson, Gardy, over toward Oldham, Offerman, even toward Thalman and Everett. So that's where your new warning is. We're getting that information in right now. So severe thunderstorm warning number 256 here in the Jacksonville office this year. Busy year in terms of those. Just got a now, first time today, a flash flood warning now toward Valdosta. So that's Lowndes County here till 9:30. A rapid water rise being noted now. I know we had the storms the other day, a lot of rain to the east in our eastern zones, but it was more about rain that wasn't really excessive, a couple spots, but not getting any flash flood warnings. But now we're further away from that low that we had in play. We're kind of seeing more energy come into play, more human conditions, and we're getting these storms to develop. Central Lowndes County now, a flash flood warning until 9:30 at 7:27. Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 2 and 3 inches of rain have fallen in the last 2 hours, and additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 3 inches are possible in the warned area. Some flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly around Valdosta, I-75 at exit 16, Remerton, Valdosta Region Airport, I-75 at exit 11, and Kinderloch. So again, going to keep watching things there. Of course, National Weather Service offices in Jacksonville, Tallahassee, really staying on top of things here today and trying to help you guys like they always do here. Keep you guys safe and informed as well. Let's go ahead and see here exactly what else is going on in the Doppler. I'm going to get back in front of the wall. Let me see that warning around about off of that rapid water rise potential at least towards Lowndes County. I'm going to try to set that to you. See how the water is coming on down there from the sky pretty rapidly in toward that area. So let me go ahead and take off the information that you're looking at right now and get you back updated on the Doppler. So there's your new flash flood warning, dark green box. Central Lowndes County at 9:30 at 7:27. Doppler indicated thunderstorms, provision heavy rain across the warned area. Between 2 and 3 inches of rain again have fallen last 2 hours. So some nasty concern there. Your 1 hour rainfall, even look right around the interstate there. That's 2.5, 3 inches there, just west there of that METAR site there at the Tallahassee Regional Airport. So that's definitely cause for concern in toward that area there. So again, just continuing to watch things, continuing to give you guys the very latest on exactly what is happening. Again, this green polygon here, this green polygon, a flash flood warning here in play until about 9:30. So let's go ahead and see what else we have. Again, slew of warnings still do continue. It's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. Let's go back to the north here. This area in Georgia, you see Blackshear with the Hoboken. Not as much like rotation like we were seeing, but not that big of a concern in that regard. But lightning still a story. You have a lightning here in some of our different areas here to the south as well. So again, I just keep that in mind. A lot of electrical energy here on Taylor, on Pontiac, St. George, whenever thunder wards go indoors. And you see there between Staytonville and Fargo, go down with some stuff. Let me go ahead and see what else we might have. Let me see what else we might have right now. So many questions from many of our viewers at home. I know I see different things coming up on Twitch there. Unfortunately, nothing that I can get into too much here in terms of what's going on, because we just have so much happening right now with the warnings. But again, thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me here on this Sunday. So let's go ahead and see what else we're getting into right now here on our Doppler presentation. You can kind of see here east of, again, north of Waycross there with some heavier downpour activity. We're just going to keep watching this. And then you have this stuff here within Bradford County, a lot of lightning there. And again, we saw some rotations. Still see a little bit of rotation here with this as we're looking further on up. Let's get back to the Jacksonville site then and examine this a little bit better. Let's go and examine this a little bit better as we get in here and switch the view for everybody at home. Don't see as much of the wind energy as we did a few minutes ago, so that's a good sign. But things can always change on us here in the Weather Center. Definitely some different boundaries coming into play here. So let's go ahead and see where else we want to go. We were watching this around the prison here a little while ago, some of this. Let's go ahead and see what we're dealing with right now on our other source. So you see a lot of lightning still in play whenever thunder roars. Go indoors here. That's very important to keep in mind here as we're looking toward parts of the area. Very important to keep in mind as we're looking toward parts of our area right now. Northern Bradford County. So looking there east of Ellerby, south of McPherson, getting toward Highland there. So we're just having to watch this, keep tabs on this, obviously. Let me zoom back out just a little bit here. You see stuff south of Green Cove is pretty nasty as well. Just got to be careful there. Got to be careful there. And try to give you guys the very latest. We're just going to keep on monitoring things. We're just going to keep on giving you guys the latest updates on exactly what happens here as that timeline gets a little bit later on. Let me take power outage numbers again, or off camera. Bear with me here. So Florida, over 14,000 customers in the dark. See, Baker County is getting up there a little. Different providers there. Let me just check Clay Electric though as a whole. 88 customers on Clay Electric in the dark there. You know where that area. Let me see what else you might have. I know we'll be losing that daytime meeting here soon, but it definitely warmed up a lot today as we've highlighted. At least we're getting out of that excessive heat warning timeline, though. Cooled off enough in those areas, too. But so Suwannee County, 657 customers, give or take in the dark, according to Powder.us, 250 out. In Hamilton County, let's check Duval GE again. Didn't get as high as I thought it would get there. Maybe we didn't get the winds as widespread as it looked on some of our sources, and the anemometer had a gust to 71. But okay, 552 customers in the dark there or parts of Duval County or Jacksonville. Let's check on the other source though. Let's check the other source right now. We're looking at Leon County, city of Tallahassee. Let's go ahead and see what they have. They have 1,677 customers that are without electricity right now. So these numbers could be worse, but it got quite a bit worse there earlier on as we've highlighted. So hearing a little bit of thunder here where we're at right now. Bradford County, whenever thunder roars, go indoors. Got gust to 53 miles an hour in St. Johns County at 720 from the St. Johns County Fire Station there. That is located 2 miles southeast of South Ponte Vedra. So kind of the storyline there right now. So again, some nasty conditions coming on through. Let's see what else we got. Hearing a little bit of rain where we're at now. Let's pop up the other camera in the corner. Look at the dark skies where we're at. You can see those. I mean, it's kind of right in our vicinity, but really not with the worst. Even though it looks pretty wicked out there. Definitely dangerous weather in the vicinity. Again, getting closer to sunset too, which can have an effect to some degree, but again, watching different things where we're at. That's a view from this dark area, or east of Stark, looking back toward the west there. A little bit south, but mainly due west there with that shot. So it's kind of what we're dealing with right now. So let me go ahead and see what else we might have. I'll go ahead and come back on camera for you guys. Let me go ahead and come back on camera. I think we'll go over to that shot again from a bigger view on the screen though. Doesn't look quite as ominous when you look at it the bigger perspective in some ways. But always interesting to watch the different cloud features here. Seeing a little bit of rain there too, but watching some of the different cloud features. So hearing a little bit of thunder around again. So again, we're watching things carefully. Area flood advisory now for Clay and St. John's at 9:30. Not a flood warning, a flash flood warning, but still some problems there ensuing across some of our different communities for sure. So again, let's go ahead and go back to a broad perspective on this. We'll jump to our other camera view on the radar. You can see here, looking at several warnings still. I think we can at least count them, hopefully this time. So we have 1, we have 2, we have 3, 4, another one to the west, 5, and a flash flood warning at 6. A warnings here on point across our viewing circle right now as we continue to protect you, your friends, and your family here on this Sunday evening, trying to keep you guys safe and informed. So I know folks will be heading out to church. These storms causing problems. It's got a new warning now for parts of Eccles, Clinton, Ware until 8:15, 60-mile-an-hour wind gust a possibility. So got to be kind of careful there. At 7:37, it's a thunderstorm. It was located 9 miles southeast of Mayday or 10 miles northeast of Statenville. Moving east at 20 miles an hour. Homerville, Fargo, Argyle, Statenville, Mayday, Needmore, and Manor underneath that. So again, just kind of continue to watch things here in the Weather Center. I know the severe thunderstorm warning issued by the National Weather Service in Jacksonville for these storm threats that are significant in a few isolated spots for sure when they come together. Not everybody's going to get the worst in these polygons, obviously, but a few folks are going to get it pretty nasty here as these storms continue. We've already had some folks obviously get pretty nasty like that, gust in parts of Duval County earlier on Fort Caroline to 71 miles an hour. So I know we are cooling off where we're at though some, which is good, down to 80 degrees. So hopefully things won't be as potent as they could have been around here, but where we're at so far so good. But it's not over yet. That's still enough heat to cause some problems. I mean, still humidity up there 83%. That dew point here, if you look at things, 74. So very high numbers in that regard. As we look across our area, dew point's pretty similar. So that's kind of your storyline. Again, Looking at things here, we're at 7:39 right now. I think we're going to another break here. Barn a tornado warning. Of course, we'll jump back in or something really pops like we did a couple of times. There we jumped in a little bit before. We said we're going to. By the way, flood advisory now for parts of Baker at 10:45. But unless we have something that's really necessary for us to jump in for, tornado warnings immediate. But severe thunderstorm warning in certain areas or upgrades in the polygon winds or uh, what's going on there. We'll jump back in sooner, but otherwise, 7:50 will be our next update. But this one morning here, let's check it because that expiration 7:45. It's possible we could get an extension on that here next little, but if that's strong enough. But if things are merging, well, then maybe it precludes, or maybe let's do a different polygon to kind of close in the gaps a little. So we'll continue to watch. We'll continue to track things here in the Weather Center. I'll be back in about 10 minutes for more information. So keep it tuned here to Cloud Weather. We'll keep you guys up to date here on this Sunday evening on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and on Twitch. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in Weather Center at 7:50 on this Sunday here, this July 30th, 2023. Trying to give you the latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. You still see 3 yellow boxes, 3 severe thunderstorm warnings on the board. And if you make it out, look real closely there. A green box, which is a flash flood warning in play for Lowndes County, Valdosta, because of excessive rainfall there in that area. So I'm just going to keep watching things, keep tracking things, move my desk in just a little bit here as you try to gather more information to protect you, your friends, and your family. So I'm going to switch to our different radar source right now because we are hearing a rumble and really multiple rumbles of thunder here in our area around Stark. You can see here in the Doppler some heavier downpours. I switched things over. We've been talking for a while, so I'm trying to do my best here just to keep you guys safe and informed. But getting some different mergers here in the vicinity and could cause some development here. It seems like we're getting some development around us. So if you see something flicker, then just kind of stay with us here. Occasionally, even though we have backup systems, we can still take a lightning hit or something like that. So keep that in mind. Starting to get this electrical energy building a little bit here. Of course, we have some backup systems. If we lose power altogether and need to come back on, things may not be bad enough here in that scenario because things could start to weaken on us as we get here, losing that daytime heat. And I know we've cooled off a good bit with these boundaries and playing. I haven't got much rain. Haven't got any rain officially measured, but we're down to 78. I know it's not going to be the exact direction, but you'll be able to see the rain if it's coming down some on our camera in the corner. So let's go ahead and pull this up. I know you see the dark clouds, even though it's not really, I mean, it's kind of looking into them right at them, though, in a weird way, actually, when you think about it. I mean, even though it's not really, generally, we're looking at stuff more closer toward areas there, just west of Stark, maybe with this, but it's really right here. So that's why you see it so definitively in some regard with the development. It was more east of us, but getting a little bit to the west here as well. So interesting there. Let's take that full then with that cloud cover feature. That's in your sunset. So kind of make things look a little bit more potent sometimes as well. You can kind of see the cloud cover, the dark clouds here in play. It's definitely interesting here on live camera. Watching this vantage point here at this present time, 7:52 p.m. So again, definitely interesting here. Just whenever thunder warriors are going indoors. So use what we're doing on camera here to kind of get a gauge on what's going on. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm seeing storm development. I might get some lightning here on this side over the next few moments. Over next few moments here, folks. So again, gonna keep watching things here, tracking things because we're starting to get some growth here on this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put this in the corner here in just a second. As we go ahead and put back the radar, I want to see what we're dealing with on the radar here. On the radar, you can see some lighting to the south there on that, and you can see we're getting some stuff to fill, and I don't want to move over too far on the chroma key here, but let me go ahead and do this here. I'll move it over some as we continue to watch things here on our view right now. You can kind of see here, that's right around Sabre 100. Not a severe warning here just to the east is, but I know our Bradford viewers maybe headed out here or headed home for the evening. Could be getting caught in some of the storminess right now. So definitely an interesting cloud cover shot there. And look at those cloud features. Let's go back full on that. Make sure we don't miss anything. This is pretty impressive what we're seeing right now on our camera. So again, not a warning here, not even an advisory where that is, but this is some nasty stuff building up pretty quickly. A lot of upscale growth, I bet. Let me look at ZER. Yeah, there's a bunch of it. I won't go to it. I don't want to lose this camera shot here for any time, just in case something dramatic happens here. But again, watching things. I know there was a gust of 53 just recently at Jacksonville International Airport. Anemometer here, nothing too significant lately. Gust of 12 earlier, but definitely some interesting, really interesting cloud features here with the upscale growth taking place right now live on the air here. It's potentially moving northeast here. It's kind of hard to discern the exact movement, but we're here just east of Stark looking at the clouds here live on the air right now. Live on the air, making sure nothing gets too crazy. I know, doing my best to look at all the different features. Sometimes not the easiest to look at every single one. So if you're looking right close to this, you're able to see things a little bit better. But in terms of just if you're able to pause it, back it up in case something starts to look a little bit more impressive, even for just a few seconds. But looking at the monitor the best I can here right now. Trying to give you guys the latest here, just trying to focus on the different features here. Pretty interesting stuff on this Sunday evening. So again, we're just gonna keep looking at things here, keep giving you guys the latest updates here, and I know it just didn't do a whole bunch, so let's go back to radar. Just tell you it's nasty. Be inside, obviously. But let's jump away from this then. I'll keep it up in the corner though, so let's jump back into the corner with that, just in case it catches something impressive. We can at least get a little bit of a look because that's not archived that angle there. So at least we keep that up on the screen here while we're talking. There's some flashes you just saw. Looks like some lightning flashes there on that view. So again, look at this right on State Road 100 where this camera view is and where that storminess is building on up that upscale growth we were talking about a moment ago here, a moment ago. So again, hearing some of that thunder, if you listen carefully in the background, I bet. And you can see again, this is a ZDR product. I learned this a while back there. Grant Dade, KFBS 12 there in Cape Charlotte, Missouri, and turned there in 2015. And he has mentioned this on air a bunch here over the years, showing how storms when they build up. This is a good product to use to see their building growth here. So again, just interesting to deal with. I know we have warnings. We're right on the edge of one here, but officially this area is not under a warning or an advisory even. But I just want to focus on it since we've had this heat build up and developing pretty quick. So since we're on the air, so let's go ahead and go back on over here to our other view. Look at the clouds here, some dark clouds against some more flashes. Pretty interesting features if you look real carefully there on our shot right now. So again, different flashes here as we're looking at the overall scenario. As we look at the overall scenario here, as that timeline does get a little bit longer here and looking later on, we get sunset pretty soon, but that's still a little ways away. 8:23, so 26 minutes away from that. I know folks trying to enjoy their last couple weekends of summer. I know school gets back in session here in Bradford County. The public schools there on August the 10th there, August the 10th. So not too far away. I believe that's when that is. That should be Thursday. As I'm hearing some of the rain come down where we're at now. So again, just kind of keeping our eyes on things here on our different camera views and just trying to enjoy that last couple days here that you really have. Maybe if you're walking during the week, I mean, you're down. This was your third to last day there, Roy, to spend time with your children. And now you have next Saturday, next Sunday, and that might be it. So, again, except for a few hours here or there. So, just be careful now, though, because it's getting stormy out there. It's getting dark on this side. This is why we keep it up a little lighter because it gets kind of dark here at points. Getting in on sunset now, so it makes it a little harder to see. And it's just getting dark out there. The storms here, too. I mean, the raw power here of the thunderstorms. Not severe where we're at, though. But pretty nasty in nature. So at least we're keeping an eye on it here live on the air for you guys while we're watching other storms around here as well. So let's go ahead and jump back to Doppler, I think. Here at this point, we'll keep this up in the corner, though. It's just me, so I can't necessarily keep watching it here while we're talking too much. I mean, but at least if I keep in the corner, I can kind of see if something crazy happens there on that view. And at least you guys can here, too. So again, let's kind of see here. Augusta 19 or so recently at the Keystone Airport there in far southeast Bradford County. You can see here, these are the storms here that we're looking at on the camera and that we're getting into right now. So again, that live view on the camera, live view on the Doppler there. And then you can see here toward parts of areas toward the east. Let's see if a thunderstorm warning going, but only for another minute officially for now as we continue to watch things. Maybe just had a flash of lightning there, I'm not sure, but I'll have to look back at that. But I thought I saw some type of flash there. Not 100% sure, but again, continuing to watch during that thunder, so that probably was. But you can see around Fargo there, 38, 40 mile an hour winds still in that area. That warning goes until 8:15. So then for the moment, and this warning may go away unless you see a new one. Be interesting to see. So we have the warning in Georgia too, though. The Hannah, that area that goes into 8, so we'll see what they decide to do with that. The Jacksonville office doing a great job like they always do here, trying to keep you guys safe and informed doing the best they can with their team of meteorologists, watching things very carefully. So again, we're in Bradford. That's where we have that camera here. We're just east of town. We're looking back toward the west, maybe a little bit slanted south, but kind of what we're looking with this here right now. That camera view in the corner, the bottom left there. As you saw the one in the east. For now, I'll at least officially go away. But again, you see the storminess, and you see the flashes there on the camera of that lightning. You're hearing some thunder from that in a second, but we're right in here, and we're kind of looking back this way here, the northern periphery of that. And you can see more of those flashes there as we have some of that electrical energy taking on place. So Again, new now an advisory coming out, so that's probably for this area here. Not a warning, not quite meeting severe criteria, it doesn't seem, but that advisory taking place now till about 8:45 for Bradford, as well as coastal St. John's, eastern Alachua, eastern Clay, as well as eastern Putnam, inland St. John's, Union, western Clay, and western Putnam. So again, just continue to watch things there, track things, more lightning. Let's see here. I know a lot of times you have the heat and you have storms really build up that heat here today. And then now you're getting the storms here after the fact, all that humidity, all those higher dew point values around, and more lightning flashes come into play right now. They're in the bottom left of your screen. So, again, that's what we're trying to keep tabs on here right now. And we're down to 77.5 degrees where we're at. That wind there, let's see where we're at. 12 miles an hour was the highest. We're up to 97 degrees earlier though, but 20-degree departure from now. But wind's not getting really strong with this, thankfully. That's what your severe criteria is, that are hail. Not getting hail with this that I've seen or anything like that, and the winds aren't strong enough. But still, whenever thunder roars, go indoors here, as we're in the this part of our area. So I know, and you just never know. And we could always jinx ourselves saying this, but generally so far this summer, we have avoided the worst of the storms around Stark, mainly here, but you just never know. Only takes one event. I know we got a lot of marginal days here, different time of the year than this. We get these spin up tornadoes, just bad luck, a few of those over a year. So you just never know in terms of some of these days. But today, probably not going to be one of those days, I wouldn't think. That's not the type of setup for that. But you just still don't want to count things out here with stronger weather. And even in the days ahead, we'll still have some risk as well. So be careful. And speaking of being careful, they have now just issued a warning for Alachua, Bradford, and Clay. So there now maybe are enough severe properties. You've seen the lightning pick up a good bit there, and that can be. It's not as severe. It's starting back up now. So I'm going to go ahead and jump out of this. Make sure we're on the air. Make sure we're on. I think it says we're reconnected. We may have to start a new stream here on some of our different platforms. If so, I'm media all of this Casey Cloud. Thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me. But just make sure we're on, because it's just a one-man band, so I got to make sure we're on here on everything. So just bear with me here as I go ahead and stay off camera for a moment. A severe thunderstorm warning in play where we're at now until about 8:45 for parts of Bradford County. Let me check our velocity. If we're still on, which I think we are, at least on some platforms, I want to check our velocity because that must be why we had that warning triggered. Something in there. So over Stark, they're saying now moving southwest at about 15 miles an hour. So again, some nasty conditions here maybe coming into play as we continue along here. So we're still on YouTube. That's good news. I'm going to go ahead and check here. Go ahead and make sure that we're still live on Facebook. It looks like we're still good over there. So that's good news. They have taken a hit for a moment with some our internet and our electrical properties, but our backup system's keeping us on here for the most part, it would seem. Let me check Twitch over there, and I might need to go ahead and check Twitter as well. Just make sure we're still on, just in case something were to happen. You can see the thunderstorm warning here, input 8:45 for parts of Bradford, Alachua, and also getting toward Clay counties here. Some 60-mile-an-hour winds not out of the question as you hear that thunder in play right now. I'm going to make sure on Twitter. Sometimes it'll like to go off, and then I might have to reestablish here. Make sure people are watching. They didn't lose our feed here. Just bear with me as we want to make sure we're still on the air. I know Twitter now being rebranded to X, by the way. Just so you guys know. Just so you guys know at home. Bear with me. Just checking here. Looks like we're still doing good. It looks like we're still streaming that over on Twitter, on X as well. So again, thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks so much for trusting me. Okay, so I'm going to get back in front of the key wall then. I think we're doing good. If we have another one of those hits, we're just going to assume we're still on the air. Everything reconnected like it should have. So you might have lost me for a few moments there. But I just want to make sure, because we had a bunch of frames dropped. I want to make sure some of our sources didn't get disconnected there. But I think we're still good. But let's remind you of our platforms here really quick before I jump back in front of the wall here. Let me go ahead and get those up on the screen. And see our coverage map, of course. Show you guys what we're talking about. Again, we're in Bradford County, as I've highlighted. You can see by that camera all that electrical energy here This storm and it's right around Stark. Okay, getting gusts to 18 miles an hour here in the last few moments now. 18 miles an hour. Definitely some nastier conditions. So if you don't have to have your electrical equipment on right now, other than maybe your phone, then make sure you kind of have it unplugged here, or at least off if you can, to try to prevent damage here. Got quite a storm developing here and in progress right now in Bradford County. So again, just continuing to watch things here, continuing to monitor things, continuing to give you guys the latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. So again, right over Stark, severe thunderstorm warning, damage and wind, not a tornado situation necessarily expected, but this storm has been building, this storm has been strengthening over town, so we could have some damage here occur over the next little bit as it moves off toward the south and the west at 15 miles an hour or so keep that in mind. Talking about a severe thunderstorm located over Stark here, Stark, Keystone Heights, Orange Heights, Kingsley, New River, Sampson, Camp Landon, Waldo, Lodi, and Hampton. Under this warning about 8:40 or 8:30, excuse me, 8:30 there, as we had everything happen there all at once, so I didn't double check that. We have some other warnings here in play. 8:15 in Jordan, and the flash flood a little longer toward Valdosta, but 8:30 then is the expiration on that. So the advisory was 8:45, but then they had to issue a warning real quick there, 8:30, to account for some different things coming together. Okay, so I think we're gonna go ahead and go full on that camera again before it gets too dark. Already pretty dark though. Let's go ahead and jump on over. So we're gonna go ahead and take the corner camera off real quick. Just trying to avoid double cameras here in the same shot up. But there the view is. There's flashes. You can see them here. As we get pretty dark pretty quickly, and I'm gonna have to not be able to use this here too much more because it's gonna be hard to keep up with the light. You might keep it going here a little longer now. Sometimes a little bit of shadow on here too. I apologize for that. If you see a little bit of a red dot as we get darker here, you see that a little more prominently. But again, just continuing to watch things here in the Weather Center on this camera right now. These nastier conditions here in play in Bradford County right now, trying to stay on the air here with the severe thunderstorm warning in play until about 8:30 this evening. So a lot of that lightning out there, a lot of these nasty conditions moving on through here right now, moving southwest, unusual movement here for sure with some of this. So that's something to keep in mind. Just gotta keep that in mind here. This storm really building up quickly here. Earlier on, we were watching them a lot of lightning. Lightning in the severe indicator directly, but indirectly, it shows the strengthening process taking place here. So, I know watching things here. Let's get back to Doppler. Put the camera up here in the corner once again. And kind of see what's going on. Again, a lot of heavy rain. So, if anything, we're going to get a bunch of rain here out of this. Already up to a half an inch almost very quickly here. In eastern Bradford County, 0.45 inches on that rain gauge. So again, trying to give you guys the very latest right now as the storm comes on through. Again, we had that gust of wind earlier, the 18 miles an hour. I know, but that stuff obviously doesn't need power here as we have it set up here. I mean, Davis Weather Station in general. I mean, outside, obviously, that is set up. There's some solar and a battery, and then this has a better backup for a while as well here. So we're good to go if we had a hurricane come through, as long as the anemometer just didn't get blown away or something, which would be terrible, obviously. I mean, it doesn't take as much of wind to blow something like that away, though, but still, just based on the nature of things. But again, just trying to give you guys the latest to keep you, your friends, and your family safe and informed here. That's really well-defined boundary here, really well-defined edge on this. I know something that you can kind of see here on the Doppler. You can kind of see on the Doppler right now. It's pretty interesting, actually. I know years ago, when I was a lot younger, I remember growing up watching the late George Winterland, and he would talk about how when you had stuff well-defined like this with the boundaries, how these winds would really come into play here. What I mean by that is you're going from no rain to heavy rain very quickly. So that edge there, that could be stronger wind along that edge is really setting up. And again, this is an odd direction, folks, pulling to the southwest here. So again, you can see Sampson, you can see Hampton here over the next little bit being impacted. So again, some nasty conditions here. As we're looking at things, you can see around Keystone, so probably we're not getting stronger wind on that side, honestly, but kind of on an edge a little bit with the rest of them this morning as well. So again, we're right here just east of town, not too far from the country club area, but we're down to 75 degrees. Winds right now 15 miles an hour out of the east to northeast there on our anemometer. So some nasty conditions here for sure. As we continue to monitor things, continue to give you guys the very latest on exactly what is going on. A lot of that lighting, you can see that in the corner. That's what we're showing you in the bottom left there, just above the logo and the time. You can kind of see what we're talking about here. We're over in this area. We're looking back this way here, this way just a little bit. And you can kind of see here this storming is coming on through parts of our viewing circle. Very slow moving. So this could cause some flooding in where some of those more vulnerable areas. We're up to 0.81 that quickly on the rain gauge now. 0.8 of an inch of rain here very quickly here east of Stark. So continue to check things here. Let's see how much is falling of that in the last little bit here. Just going between some of our different numbers. That's our rain rate there. Almost 6 inches an hour right now. Our gust there just to 17. We're hearing that thunder now. As you can, I'm sure we can look at a shot of that in the corner. But 74 degrees now. The temperature, that rain rate over 6 inches an hour. So again, that stuff to really build up, really come into play now. Really get together, get us act together very quickly. I mean, we went from not having an advisory until about 8 o'clock, and until we had a warning right after that advisory got issued for us here, down to the south just a little bit at the top of the hour. But really getting that to build in quickly here, develop rapidly on us. That can happen. Not as hot as it was earlier on, but still, even if you're not getting like a lot of wind damage, this is still a nasty storm for folks across Bradford County right now. So that's what we're dealing with here at the present time. That's what we're dealing with right now here at 8:13 on this Sunday evening. I hope folks are off the roads right now. I just hope everybody's all right in terms of any car accidents that could happen. I know getting toward dark, getting stormy, could have folks there that are headed home from church or something like that. Just got to be kind of careful here in this type of setup. So heavy, heavy downpours here. We might get a couple, few inches here if this stuff really kind of sits in this area here for a while. So let's see here, 1.59 already in the north of us. Pretty short order. We're up to 0.93 on the gauge very quickly as well to try to give you guys the very latest information. So again, this storming is coming on through here. Let me load some of these frames and I'll back this up a little. Well, okay, we'll do it like this, I guess, and just kind of loop it. Yeah, you can watch the boundaries come together here. Look how quickly that developed here, very quickly. Look at all the boundaries coming together here. I mean, everything just erupting. And now kind of sitting here on top of Bradford County. I might want to check our dispatch information here in just a moment. I'm going to go ahead and check on some different things here in that regard. I'm going to check power outages. I want to check to see if you have any viewer questions as well. So let me go ahead and kind of continue to watch things here. We're going to keep watching things, keep tracking things. And with this center, I'm going to jump out of the camera shot. Here again, you have the camera in the corner there to keep an eye on the weather. So let me go ahead and try to get you guys more information. One-man band here, so let me go ahead and keep tracking things here the best I can. I'm going to stay on top of everything for you, our viewers at home. So again, watching that loop of the storms, all the storms coming together. Let me pause this here. So, I mean, if you have like limited internet during the storm, if I keep too much up, it might actually make it a little bit harder for you guys to see what's going on if stuff's cutting in and out. Okay, so yes, so just continuing to watch things here. Just going to keep monitoring the situation as it does progress. So again, let me just see what else we're dealing with. So I'm going to go ahead and check some Florida power outage numbers right now. And our clear electric numbers in Bradford County, not showing up too much yet, but you just got to keep our eyes on things here over the next little bit. So I know some road obstruction there in the Ward of Lodi area. So hopefully it's not anything to do with the weather, but you never know. It could be. Could be for sure in toward that part of our region. And then let's see what else we got. So I want to check that. I want to check power. I want to check questions. I see a top cat they're asking about that in the bottom left. Just ignore that little dot there. That's not anything to be concerned about. But again, let's just go ahead and continue to watch things here in the Weather Center at this present time. I'm going to go ahead and get back in front of the camera now. Continue to give you guys the latest. Let's pull up our covered map again just to reiterate where we're at real quick. You can kind of see where we're at in Bradford County, that yellow highlighted area. And we're going to go ahead and come back in front of the camera now. Now my voice is probably running so hard, maybe having trouble hearing me, so I better speak up a little bit more than I generally would here, because after a while my voice kind of gets a little bit softer, tireder here. So that's just something to kind of keep in mind. But let me go ahead and I'll come back in front of the keyboard. We've had over an inch of rain very quickly now here east of Stark. So we go and look at that Doppler radar. See that heavier rain there? Look at it, just sitting right over us here, eastern Bradford County. That heavier rain there just sitting right over us in eastern Bradford County for sure. As we continue to watch things, continue to monitor things here in the Weather Center, giving you guys the latest updates on exactly what is going on here. Exactly the latest here on what's going on. So here I am in front of that wall. You can see here the heavier rain still coming out all over the place here as we're looking. In fact, let's go to our other product then. So we had this up earlier on. It's really right here in town. And I mean, some spots getting it worse than others here. So let's get it really tight here, folks. Really tight. So let's go over to our Radar Omega product right now. We'll be able to zoom in so you can see there. Stark Golf and Country Club getting in to some of the heavier downpours there over toward HCA Florida Stark Emergency Room. You can see the grocery stores, downtown grill there being impacted. Now that's already down there, not stabilized, not quite as heavy. There is like Winn-Dixie and areas there in the ward. That area as we're looking further on up. But nonetheless, that's kind of the storyline there right now, and really getting it very heavy as we're looking. I'll get in really tight here, see what we're dealing with. You can see some of the different neighborhoods and the life being impacted here as we're looking. You can see all the different churches here as well over ward. It looks like the St. Mark's Early Learning Center there too. Beepo Brady's, Bradford High School, the middle school, the VOTEC, all getting into this, the library, Wainwright Park. Heavier downpours here as we go ahead and keep watching, keep tracking things. I know it's just interesting to keep our eyes on the view here. So I'm going to do something else real quick. I'm going to jump me back in front of the wall. We've already had an inch and a half very quickly here now. Inch and a half very quickly. Come back in front of the wall here. I'm going to go ahead and just show you guys another perspective on this view here in just a second. Go ahead and see what we have here. See what we have. I'm going to go ahead and switch one of our views here behind the scenes if you're wondering what I'm doing. I just want to put some of our different streets on here too. This might help us out a good bit. So let's go ahead and come back on over. There you go. So now you can see, looking over some of the different streets here. State Road 16, Northeast 162nd Street there, Northeast 161st Street. Heavier downpour, Southeast 148. And then as we're looking here, you see 230, a lot of heavy rain. So this is not relenting, not letting up, folks. Still getting a rain right here. It looks like they switched between 9 inches an hour. I mean, that's impressive, obviously, not good. And winds are 19 miles an hour now. I know in that corner it's kind of hard to see exactly what is going on there right now because it's so dark. So only when the lightning illuminates things do you really see stuff. But again, the gust is high as 27 miles an hour there at 8:19. So in the last minute or two, very high gust here. So these winds aren't letting up. I mean, that's pretty high gust for war, adding how low that anemometer is, about 6 feet off the ground. It's maybe 7 feet if you kind of think about it. But looking at velocity, these are stronger winds showing up too now here, folks. So seeing that, Bill, right where we're at pretty much here. So let's go ahead and look here right now. These winds up at least a little bit higher, so the wind's about 50 near the Gotham Country Club. I'm trying to see what we're talking about there. And getting over toward it looks like Valley Road and Brownlee Street, Crum Street there. Definitely some stronger gusts here in toward this area. So potentially trying to get down toward the surface again. We measured 27, but it could be a little bit higher than that in some of these different areas. So let's check power outages again. I'm going to go ahead and check our power outage information again. Let's see what we're dealing with in Florida here. Just check Clay Electric and see what they're dealing with. Okay, so only 3 customers so far off on Clay Electric. Let me see if I have anything in the city. Can't check a map for that, so I got to do it to a different source here. Let me zoom this out a little because I don't want to get too deep into this, where it's harder to make out exactly what's going on with the severe thunderstorm warning. But just a little bit different view, a little bit different background, so you can see the roads a little bit better. I know, interesting to kind of switch things up. But so don't see anything so far in Bradford word of mouth, but definitely a nasty storm that we're tracking right now. A nasty storm that we're tracking, so gotta be careful here in this type of environment. If you guys have any storm reports, send them to me here. I'll try to pass them along here if they're meeting the severe criteria to the Weather Service in Jacksonville. As we keep on getting some power flickers here, folks. You can hear some things clicking in the background right now. Hearing our systems beep on us again, but it's just how it is sometimes in these inclement weather situations. So again, let's just go ahead and keep checking the information that's coming on in right now. Coming on in here. Anything new from the Weather Service? I don't see anything. May get an aerial flood warning here where we're at pretty soon. This keeps hanging around though. Just to 14 just recently. 1.94 inches now in that rain gauge here. Very short period of time. I mean, it's all happened within the last half hour or so. So definitely some pretty nasty conditions here in Bradford County. So let me go ahead and see what else we have. Still gusts like 17. If this was like more daylight, I'd keep that other side up more, but it's so dark, and I'm not gonna make out stuff unless we have lightning strikes. So let's just do it like that here. Let's just go ahead and do it like that. We're still taking power hits, by the way. Guess we're going back in front of the wall so you can see what we're dealing with, and you're hearing more beeps, folks. Staying on for now, but if you lose me, we have interactive radar, cluttered.com/radar, and we'll try to find some backup systems as we can here. We have a lot of stuff set up, but if you want to see me, you might not see me much more if this storm keeps hanging over us. This is a heck of a storm here, folks. That heat energy wasn't as built up here in the last few waning moments as it had been earlier on, but enough had already been baked in, built in like we talked about to cause problems here with some storminess hanging around, starting this gully washer type of storminess here coming into play right now. So again, I'm just continuing to watch things here right now, continuing to track things here in the weather center. 13-mile-an-hour gusts, 14-mile-an-hour gusts. This wind's really hanging around more than we generally see. 16 miles an hour. I know, maybe a little bit higher up again, further up. So over 2 inches there that quickly. Gully washer type of storm here, folks. As it's just hanging right over here, right over Bradford County. So some impressive rainfall rates for sure. Right here, rain really coming into play here as we try to give you guys the latest here on exactly what is happening. Let's look velocity again. A lot of wind right close to where we're at. I think that's why we're seeing a lot of these constant numbers. And it could be higher in a few neighborhoods here. And even just off the surface, though, is where we have a little bit higher winds. And that's what that is showing as we're looking at an anemometer, 7 miles an hour right now. But some of these numbers here off the surface, 40 to 50. We'll see if they extend this warning or not. They may, because it's a pretty nasty storm. Be curious to see if we have some damage reports here over the next little bit. So again, continuing to watch, continuing to track here, trying to give you guys the latest. Bear with me, as we've been on for a long time, trying to keep everybody safe across here right now. It's all coming into play here right around where we're at here in Bradford. No other severe thunderstorm warnings now, except Bradford and a lot to Clay, and then we have the flash flood warning in the north. If it wasn't for this warning, we wouldn't have to be on anymore, but it's right over us. We're definitely staying on if we can. We have backup systems in play here that we can use if necessary to stay with you guys. Again, it's been a long period, very long here, trying to keep you guys safe and informed. But that's what it's all about here at Cluttered, to keep you guys safe and informed. So 2.2 inches now in that rain gauge. It gets to 15 miles an hour. Gets to 15 miles an hour on that anemometer. So we keep getting more rain line. It's gonna be a problem. I know area there as we're looking there, just west of the fairgrounds. Could have some flooding there in the Wardette area. I know that's an area that's a little more vulnerable sometimes to flood. And I've seen it last week there, north side of town there. As we're getting this west of 301, that's one of the more favorable spots for flooding. So keep that in mind. Remember, turn around, don't drown if we start to get more of that pond and the water on the roadway to really come into play. It's starting to, hopefully, I don't think it's quite there, but it's starting to remind me a little of what we saw back last summer in August. I don't think we're going to quite get there, hopefully, because things did start to relent, but I mean, right at sunset. So this type of pattern could hang and get us quite a bit more rain here, folks. So got to be careful. Got to be careful in this type of setup. Here in Bradford County, making an aerial flood warning here. You see that this keeps hanging around. I know we have one in Baker. And they're not getting as much rain up there now, but storm total. Look at that north of McClenny. That's 5 inches there, but where we're at here, more populated, I would think. Let me double check here where we're at with our topography and our geography, but see what type of homes. Well, there are some homes in here, but go on there right along County Road 125. That's a lot of rain for them, but we might get an area closer to that here if this keeps coming down. It's not stopping here, folks, causing some problems. If this number keeps going up, I'm going to have to let the weather service know about how much rain we've gotten here so they can kind of take that into account in their products that they may issue. So that's something to keep in mind. Not quite there yet, but we're getting closer. 2.38, 2.41 inches now on that rain gauge. So, again, the rest of the warning for another 2 minutes here. And now they're going to go until 9 o'clock with this warning for Alachua, Bradford, Clay, Putnam, and Union. So a pretty big stretch here with this warning now. So we have Gainesville, Stark, Lake Butler, Interlochen, Keystone Heights, Rayford, Melrose, Worthington Springs, Hawthorne, Worthington Springs. That banner keeps flickering. Hope you charge up your devices. A good heads up for Gainesville and areas that aren't in the worst of this. Charge up the devices, but at this point it's almost too late to keep that stuff plugged in because I mean, if you're trying to charge stuff up, if the power just going on and off, at least our backup systems are keeping us on for now, but eventually it's going to come. I mean, it's about the most flickering we've had since we've been doing this the last few years, and eventually it's going to come together and we're going to lose power and we'll have to go to our other backup system here. It'll take a few minutes. So just keep in mind, this morning goes for another 31 minutes now here. Storms are not relenting, folks. Just really interesting situation here in Bradford County right now. Again, Gainesville, Stark, Lake Butler, Interlochen, Keystone Heights, Rayford, Melrose, Worthington Springs, Hawthorne, and Worthington Springs here under this warning. Latest gust here, not near as high, only 1 mile an hour, so that's good news. We had a 27 gust here. That's really not enough to report to the Weather Service because, again, that's a little lower down, but we have had a gust in the 40s here with Nicole last year, but again, we're a little bit lower down with those, so it would really take something just extreme to get a higher gust on there, but it can happen. Definitely not out of the question. If we would have had that with Irma, definitely could have got a higher gust on that. I'm sure we would have. But in this type of situation here, we're just continuing to look at things here. Again, that corner, bottom left, trying to give you guys the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family until 9 o'clock. Bradford, northeastern Alachua, northwestern Putnam, Union, and southwestern Clay counties here under this warning. So, again, just continuing to monitor this, stay the loop on this like we did earlier, if I can. We loop this around. So, look how everything just came together here, folks. Right over Stark. Doesn't happen like this. I think we jinxed ourselves. We were saying that maybe we'd get lucky here around Stark, and we didn't get lucky. So that's just how it goes sometimes here. If you want the rain, you got lucky, but you don't want the light. You don't want the dangerous weather just coming into play here right around town. So 2.53 inches on that rain gauge here right now. So that's getting pretty significant here in a pretty short period of time. It's got to be, I'd have to double check the exact time, but that's got to be within the last 30 minutes or so, which is pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. Rain rate down to 3.6 inches an hour, though. So that's some good news here. But we're going to keep on watching the situation carefully here as we continue to look at our different gauges. I'm going to see if there's any questions or any viewer reports of any damage. Could be kind of helpful. Then I might want to check our information from Bradford County here. Bear with me, we're going between a bunch of different sources. Watching everything come together though. Again, that lot of rain here in Bradford County. So, okay, I'm going to step out of the shot. We're going to go ahead and gather some more details now. I want to see what we're getting from dispatch and the like. Gather that information for the viewer at home. So we're 15,000 customers in the dark here in the state of Florida. Let's see what Bradford has. It's at Clay Electric here. 89 customers, so not a really big number. We've a bunch of flickering where we're on Clay Electric for what it's worth. And then as we look here, I'm going to see what else we might have on this map here. I want to check to see what FP&L has in Bradford County as well, with the severe thunderstorm warning here in play for another 28 minutes. We're going to check those numbers now. Again, it's a one-man band, so doing my best I can here to keep you guys safe and informed. Let's see what FP&L is telling us. You have to zoom into our area precisely here, because they cover a lot bigger area than Clay. Look quite a few outages around Lardy, so that might be where that road obstruction's from then, that we were indicating earlier on. Can't guarantee that for sure though, but I'm going to keep looking, see if there's anything from dispatch now. Okay, don't have anything now on that. It's gone out of here, so hopefully that's been cleaned up, whatever it was. Let's go ahead and keep looking. Anything in any of the local sources that we have here? Don't see anything at this point, so that's good at least. Just a nasty storm though. It can cause damage, I mean, to a few things, but also if you're outside, it's dangerous for you guys. So, really erupting on us. I mean, it's just everything coming into play here at once. In the ward parts in north central Florida around Stark. Again, getting on in here, really pushing down toward Hampton now, as that movement toward the south and west coming into play a little bit more now than what we were showing you a few moments ago. You see Sampson there. Okay, so we're talking about areas around County Road 277. Also there around, it looks like County Road 18. Go back, look at Hampton. I mean, this is what we had around us, so which is pretty impressive for us earlier on, honestly. I mean, but now Hampton's getting some of the stronger winds. That area of wind came together right close to us, and we had more power flickers than we generally see, so I bet we're going to have some limbs down as we go around, at least smaller ones. It'd be kind of too dangerous for you to go outside and necessitate at this point. But, looking here, 2.7 inches now in that rain gauge. Definitely a nasty situation here with the storming that's coming into play. So, again, the severe thunderstorm warning going to 9 o'clock. So, and just seeing all this wind here impact parts of Bradford County. So, again, zooming in and out to give you guys the very latest. Give you guys the very latest here to protect you, your friends, and your family. I'm still here in the Weather Center, just checking all of our products here that we have. Rain rate still over 3.5 inches, so that's pretty impressive. Pretty impressive here. Checking right there. State Road 16. Excuse me. Also looking towards State Road 230. A lot of that rain still coming down. County Road 16, I know our system's staying State Road, but we're looking towards some of our different areas here. Excuse me, you know what I mean there, East Brownlee Street as well. But it's been put on for 4.5 hours, so I apologize. Just losing perspective a little bit here, but trying to give you guys the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. So almost 3 inches here now on that rain gauge pretty quickly. Continuing to watch things. All that lightning still here. All that lightning coming on in here. That can cause issues. That can cause people to get struck, obviously. I mean, whenever thunder roars, then it could cause, not out of the question, you could have an issue here on your hand. I mean, where a building could catch on fire or something like that. Hopefully not, though. But this has been hitting around a while. At least we're getting a lot of rain from this. That's it kind of, in most of these areas, suppress like a wildfire or a brush fire threat. But still, not what you want to see. So let's keep checking things here. Okay, utility call out now. County Road 100A and 26th Avenue now. So that's there, getting closer to Ward. It looks like Geiger Road. And looking there, again, we already alluded to it there, but toward County Road 100A, so that's close to Southeast 144th Street. So some folks losing power down there. Again, that rain is still coming in. If it was daylight, you'd be able to see better in that corner on night vision, but all those flashes there of that lightning really telling this story, or hear the rumble of thunder in the background if you listen closely here. So again, that's kind of what we're dealing with right now, with this severe thunderstorm warning and play until 9 o'clock. Just trying to give you guys the latest here on what's happening. So again, this warning is not going away here. Let me go ahead and give you guys another look at some things in terms of some of those winds here right around Hampton. So let me go to other source then. The winds have kind of moved down to the south, as we've alluded to some degree. I'm going to go ahead and go to that on velocity then. So let's get down here right in the Hamptons, see where some of the strongest winds are. And I can kind of get here really tight. So let's go ahead and go here to our Radar Omega tool that we have now. So if you can make them out here, we have Prospect Avenue, but we also have Victory Baptist Church, the old Hampton Elementary School. Getting up there, you see Navarre Avenue here, some stronger winds, and then getting down here really tight. I mean, these are some bright colors there to get on 325. But I know you see the Hampton Cemetery kind of could be displaced just a little. Some of the stronger wind could be over the cemetery there in Hampton as well. These brighter colors, let's query this and say this says 40 to 50. That's not what we had here based on radar. We had less on the anemometer, but again, I don't want to talk about that as much because I feel like these winds a little bit higher up, a little bit stronger here, and a few neighborhoods could even have them stronger. That's just how this goes sometimes. So again, just something to kind of bear in mind here. Just something to kind of bear in mind. We're up to 3 inches, by the way, in our rain gauge here. Pretty short period of time. So let's go ahead here. I'm gonna come back on in just a second here in front of the key wall. 33 gusts there or so toward Keystone Airport. As we continue to watch things, continue to track things here. Just trying to give you guys the very latest on exactly what's going on here. Pop that other map up there for a second. Kind of see exactly what we're talking about with some of the stronger winds. Move this down a little. You see Division Avenue. You see 51st Avenue in there as well. So we're going to jump it back in front of the key wall now, I think. 8:39 here on this Sunday evening. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud. Besides the flash flood warning around Lowndes County where the rain slacked off a good bit, it seems at this point. This is the only warning we have now. And that's for a pretty big area, though, in north central Florida. So, and this up here is where we don't have much rain along 75, but Stark, it's not stopping here, this rain. I mean, the rain rate still, as we look here, still over 4 inches an hour. I mean, in theory, that's what you can get at this rate here for an hour. The exact rate, though, it doesn't really work out like that. Normally, you don't get, when I say 6, 7 inches, don't get stressed out about it like that. But still, I mean, I don't know if it's that impossible. It would get closer to 5 inches with this. So that's something to kind of keep in mind here. Something to keep in mind as we continue to give you guys the very latest here to protect you, your friends, and your family right now. With this storm that is coming on through. Still some lightning, so still dangerous out there, obviously, as we're looking here with this threat in play. So let me go ahead, see what we're dealing with here. Some of this puts more toward Waldo now and getting us down there. I mean, Waldo Road, some of this coming on through down there the next little bit. Then with that southwesterly unusual movement. Very unusual movement here, folks. So again, we're just gonna have to keep on tracking here, and this rain again not letting up here. It has weakened a little bit, but that's still very heavy rain. Very heavy rain on that rain gauge here. So something to kind of keep in mind. Something to kind of keep in mind here in the weather center. So again, just going to continue to track things here. I mean, you see all these brighter colors right toward Waldo. Could have a little bit of damage there. Not careful around Waldo. Let's see, that's out ahead. So I'm almost curious there. I want to make sure that's not any type of rotation or anything. I don't think it actually is. I mean, if you didn't know any better, you'd think it would be, but there's some murders going on here. Just want to make sure we don't have anything crazy on us taking place down here in northern Alachua County. So again, continuing to watch this. Heavier rain, I mean, Lake Butler now, east of Brooker, along, it looks like US 301, but still pretty heavy, but we're out here further up toward the north. Something to keep in mind here with this weather situation that's ongoing. So again, looking here at the rain gauge, 3.23 inches now for this event, which has happened. I mean, it's happened pretty rapidly here. This rainfall that we've been seeing. So pretty interesting here as we're looking at some of our different values. So again, definitely intriguing here, to say the least, with some of this scenario here and the active weather. You see more lightning there, bottom left at this point in time. So again, just gonna keep tracking things here as this wind pushes down more toward that Waldo area. I mean, it's still pretty nasty out here, even where we're at. Not as nasty as it was, but the focal point there, Waldo there. Ooh, hopefully that's an inaccurate. Our numbers are getting really high on our color table now here, but could be getting gustier and more damage here. Right east side of Waldo right now, maybe exceeding 60. Don't think that's out of the question. Right along this line, not something just really overwhelming, I wouldn't think, but not impossible. It could be exceeding 60 in there, just east of Waldo right now, based on some indications. This is probably headed closer toward the Gainesville Airport over the next little bit. Let's see. I bet that's headed right for that. It'll be interesting to get a look at that then down there over the next little bit. So gotta keep watching, keep tracking this here. Staying with you guys here as we're looking at things in north central Florida. So again, rain slacked off some where we're at, but it's still coming down a good bit. Rain rate still 1.75 inches an hour. So it's a good heavy rain rate here. Let's check our information again. Let me see if there's anything new in the dispatch here in Bradford County. Off this covered map again, we're in Bradford, so that's where I'm focusing on things here a little bit more intently, but that's where the focus needs to be right now. The utility call-out, the only thing's going up County Road 100A and 26th Avenue. So again, just gonna keep looking there to see if there's anything new though with that information as it streams on in from the sheriff's office. 8 mile an hour Augustus now. Highest we had earlier was 27, now 10 out of that easterly direction. Let me go ahead here, come back on the camera side again. Still getting some pretty good rains here to start, but they're not quite as heavy as they were the downpour, but a lot of heavy rain around Lake Butler. A lot of heavy rain around Lake Butler there in Union County. Let's see what they've got in the last hour on 1 hour rainfall estimates here. Not as much yet there, but I mean, even just east of us, maybe a little bit more, but it's so, under the sun, but because it's coming down so rapidly, kind of like a tropical downpour, and still got to catch up a little bit in the system as well. But again, I just continuing to track this here. Just one for the 15 minutes or so. Another 15 minutes. So, and a lot of tree damage up, especially just outside of Appleton County. Excuse me. Still checking our different numbers here. Down to 71 degrees outside right now, cooling on off, as we've been talking about here in the weather center. So definitely interesting. Still a marginal risk here employed because this stuff's still ongoing, obviously. On that leading edge there, you have some stronger winds. I mean, Worthington Springs to Brooker to, again, Waldo, maybe the focal point, Orange Heights there, as we'll interlock in here next little bit. Stuff kind of pushes on down. I'm going to do a storm track on that area. As we kind of push that on down toward the south here. Along 24. Again, I'm checking this here as I'm looking. Southwest of 10, very slow movement. That's why we had so much rain here from this. Just bear with me. We're trying to give you the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family right now. Here in the Weather Center, again, moving odd southwest at 10 miles an hour to different mergers and boundaries, and just all the different impacts here coming into play to change things up some. So definitely intriguing here. Gonna go and get a storm track on this here. So Fairbanks gonna be getting in there pretty soon. Let me do another storm track before I switch this over. I want to do a better one than this. Let me zoom out just a little bit here. Again, I don't want to give you guys invalid information, the new system we're using, so I'll make sure we give you the right numbers here on everything. So this one should be a lot more valid here. So let's go ahead and jump on over right now. I'm going to jump on over to other source, and let's go ahead and jump on over to our radar Omega, and you can see here that track. So Fairbanks 18 minutes. Could be a little quicker than that, I think, though. Again, it's tricky to these different boundaries. That's the movement, though, 20. But you see Gainesville there coming into play here. Again, I still think it'd be a little bit quicker than this, but that's about the speed that we have here with this warning. So, again, we'll continue to watch things here, continue to monitor them, obviously, as the storm and this comes on into play. So, the stronger wind still evident, though, right around Waldo there on Waldo Road. So let's come back on camera now as we continue to give you guys the very latest. So still have some of those heavier downpours up to the north, not as heavy of rainfall as what we were seeing in terms of those rates earlier on, but the rain's still coming down. Rather weather, this weather is coming down pretty fast. So again, just continue to watch things like Butler, Brooker, Keystone Heights. We've been on here for about the better part of 5 hours. Sorry if I'm at a loss for words here at points, but it's about keeping you, your friends, and your family safe and informed. So, again, let's keep looking at things here. Keep monitoring all the different numbers that we're dealing with right now here as this timeline does get a little bit longer out. So, again, moving that down toward the south. There's seeing maybe some development there closer toward Brooker. Seeing some stuff there. Again, around water, maybe a little bit weaker now, but still seeing some of that stronger wind in toward that area. So, again, just going to keep watching things, keep tracking things here. We'll see if a new warning gets issued here soon, because this one only goes to 9 o'clock. So, again, we're just going to keep monitoring the situation for you here in the Weather Center. This stuff pushes down toward the south and west. So, I'll tell you what we're going to do, because we're going to stick with it. If it goes in toward Gainesville, or kind of in an area like Butler or Waldo, still some problems, still could have some damage, but a little less populated. So let's take about a 10-minute break, regather our thoughts here, and then at 9 we'll kind of see what's happening at that point and give you guys more information. So keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. We'll keep you guys updated on a very busy night here across parts of our area. Again, I'm monitoring things very carefully. meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the top of the hour, trying to give you guys the latest information right now here. Just getting some of our lights fixed. We had one of them go down there just a little while ago. So just trying to go ahead and give you guys the latest information on what's happening. We got all that power flickering here, but I think we got that fixed now. So we're going to come back in front of the key wall here. Let me go ahead and kind of trigger that on in, then I'll go ahead and come back in front of the wall now as we give you guys the latest information on what's happening. You can see here, so it's not until morning for the Gainesville area now. The Gainesville area there in Alachua County until about 9:30, and there's a tornado possible tag with this, and a gust of wind there in the 40 range just a little while ago in toward Lowndes County. Or excuse me, in Alachua County, excuse me, I'm seeing Lowndes County, they're reporting rain amount there, 3.42 inches, 91 minutes there, but that's the airport. But again, trying to give you the latest here on what's happening in our area as we get further down toward the south and the west here, in toward north central Florida and Alachua County right now. So again, just trying to give you guys the very latest on what's going on. 3.5 inches now where we're at here, and most of that in the last hour or so. So definitely that rain coming on down here in toward Bradford County. And this news severe thunderstorm warning. Let me run this down for you guys. Flood advisory now for Baker, Bradford, Clay, and Union until 12:15, and then the severe thunderstorm warning now for Bradford, Alachua, northeastern Marion, western Putnam, Union, and southwestern Clay County to 9:30. At 8:55, severe thunderstorms located along a line extending from near Worthington Spring to near Lake Delancey, moving southwest at 20 miles an hour. So Gainesville, Stark Lake, Butler, Interlochen, Keystone Heights, Rayford, Worthington Spring, Salt Springs, Citron, Melrose here under this threat. So a little bit of rotation with this as well as we've talked about. So got to be careful so we don't get anything to spin up. I think we were getting a little bit more of that a few moments ago, but there's still a little bit of that right here down here in eastern Alachua. Just be careful. Quick tornado could happen with a little advance warning. So just make sure you guys are aware in towards some of our different areas. Anywhere in that yellow box, just be listening out, especially on the leading edge of this, I would say, more likely. But again, continuing to watch things. Gonna step out of the side, gather more details on that flooded advisory. So just bear with me here as we give you the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. So again, we've been going for about as long as we can be on in a summertime situation. So just bear with me here as we gather the latest details here. Gather the latest details. Try to pass everything along the best we can in these type of situations. I was trying to give you the latest measurements here on exactly what's happened. See that flood advisory here? Quite a bit of rain, of course, happening. Trying to give you all the different metrics that we can. Just bear with me here. Just checking all of our different sources. Let me go ahead and give you guys more updates here. Again, looking down this line here, you can see some heavier downpours in there. Some gusty winds, a possibility still, as things do move along here in the timeline. So again, just trying to give you a heads up on exactly what is happening in some of our different communities here. Of course, we're in Bradford County. We're in Bradford County, folks, to see you guys kind of understand where we're at exactly. Part of our 62 counties. A couple of them covered up by that camera side. I apologize, but just trying to give you a look there of some of that lightning as it does take place here. As it does take place. Rain still coming down to some extent, some degree. Let me go ahead and kind of move away from this shot here and move away from this, and I'll come back in front of the wall now here in just a few seconds as we gather more details on exactly what's going on. You'll kind of see exactly what is happening here with the Doppler radar perspective, and we'll go ahead and put some of our different tracks on here. Give you guys a look here at what's going on. Some of this word gains are moving in that direction, a little bit weaker, but still enough to cause some issues for those folks down there as we're looking off toward the south and the west. So around Campville there, some winds about 40 miles an hour or so, so on and up. So again, looking in the word parts of north central Florida, again, Alachua County. I know they're getting into this here as well. in toward that area as we talked about. I mean, already getting some of that wind out ahead toward Gainesville Airport, but we'll go ahead and break more of this down for you guys now. Coming back in front of the wall here at 9:06 here, and more of those rumbles still in this area. Still some of those rumbles here. We'll still be able to give you that view on that corner box view as we go ahead and show you guys what's happening right now. Keystone Heights, there's some heavy downpour. Brooker along, it looks like, let's get in here tight. County Road 18. You can see Western Putnam County and also getting in Northeast Marion County there as well. Some heavier downpours, gustier winds in toward that area. So again, gonna go ahead and zoom on out a little bit. So we're at 9:06 right now. Let's go ahead and look at some of our different numbers here on our rain gauge. 3.57 now on that rain gauge. Most of that rain really falling between 8 and 9, but looking here, still got a rain rate about 1 inch an hour. So we'll have to watch this carefully here over the next little bit. Just continue to watch the trends here to see how things continue to evolve. On us here. Still got some rain coming on down as we look. I'll move the radar around here and back full here so you guys get an idea of exactly what's going on. But again, just continue to watch things here. US 301, some heavier downpours in that area. And again, I don't think the winds are quite as strong in here as they were, thankfully, but there's still some strong gusty winds there west of camp, but it's not quite as maybe concentrated, but also farther from the radar. So that makes it a little bit tougher too here, as we had a stronger signal there. Southern Bradford County earlier on and toward the timeline. So again, just continuing to watch things here, continuing to monitor the scenario. I mean, I know there's temperatures, they've cooled off some, but hopefully it'll be more of a significant advisory. This gets toward Marion further in and then Levy, but you never know. Let's see the temperatures down there. So 81. We're down to 71 here, east of Stark. So again, just trying to give you guys the very latest on what's happening here, what's going on. You see north of Salt Springs there, west of Balaka, some heavier downpours. So I'm just trying to let you guys know exactly what's going on in toward that vicinity, as we're still on air with you guys, giving you guys the very latest on what's happening. You see that double box with some more of that electrical energy still happening here in toward parts of the area. So again, let me go ahead and kind of zoom back out. It's the only severe thunderstorm warning. We have a class 4 warning to the word about Asta, but really this is where our focus is still. Going down Waldo Road here. You have that push of wind even to some degree. I know 80 degrees, that temperature there last check, but gonna be watching more of the winds here coming on. And I think this is breaking up some. I don't see as much lightning here as I did earlier on, but there's still some severe properties not out of the question. So still be careful. We're still in the warning even further to north. I mean, the heavier rain here is still coming down to some degree in some areas, but it's not as widespread or as heavy on that DBZ scale as it was earlier on. So again, just a one-man band here, so we're trying to keep up with the very latest on exactly what is happening right now across our viewing area, across the viewing zone. So again, that energy earlier on, I haven't shown this to you in a long time. Let's go to surface base Cape here. You can see combined to this areas there, Levy and Dixie. So if this pushes that direction, it may still have enough energy at least to produce strong winds. Maybe not, hopefully not severe winds, but not completely out of the question. You don't get this movement all that often here like this. This is kind of opposite of what we generally see around here in a lot of cases, but it can happen and does happen occasionally, especially this time of year when you have different boundaries pushing some things around here. So again, moving south and west here right now across our area. There has been some rotation with some of this that we've talked about here. Haven't got any tornado reports in yet or anything like that, but gotta keep checking things. Again, southwest at 20 miles an hour, the movement. So let's go ahead and step out of the shot again. I'm going to check on more of our details behind the scenes as we give you guys more updates on what's happening here. I'm going to go ahead and see what type of power outage numbers we might have. So, do any concentrated areas here? A power outage threat or just power outage concern here. Bradford County, 197 on FPNL, not on Clay Electric, according to PowerOutage.us. But let's check Bradford Water and Mouth here. Gonna keep checking. Don't see a lot in here, but okay, I do see a little bit. It looks like in town they did lose some power there right in Stark itself, but we don't have an exact measurement on that exact number. But again, just going to continue to watch things here. That's a Facebook group, by the way. But okay, we got quite a few different things now. This tells me we probably did lose power in a good bit of town. So we have a bunch of traffic assignments now. So a wire was down there, received at 841 19th Avenue, according to dispatch here. And then we have traffic assignment, 849, Temple and Herlon, 849, Market and Temple, 850, Temple and Weldon, 858, looks like over toward Clark and Atkins and Temple and Georgia there. Looks like some other incident going on there, not related maybe to the weather, but again, just continuing to check over different metrics here, trying to give you an idea of exactly what's going on. We have some severe weather up into Georgia, but not in our area. This is toward Savannah there, toward the coastal empire per se. Not concerned for us, but run it down for you guys real quick. So that's till 10:15 now. Up there, Bryan, Chatham counties there in Jordan and getting in South Carolina. But again, continue to track things here. Continue to give you guys the latest updates on what's happening. We're at 912 right now. Up to 3.63 inches on that rain gauge. Sorry, my voice trails off. We're looking all sorts of different directions here for our different numbers, our different computer sources for information. So just bear with me here. Trying to get some different details on exactly what's going on here. Bear with me. Once again, it's all about protecting you, your friends, your family, giving you guys the latest on what's going on. So trying to run things down here the best I can. Again, it's just an interesting situation here. All this rain, all these lightning strikes, quite a bit of wind as well. And you're going to have some problems from that, unfortunately, here. One of our nastier summertime days. I know we've talked about how things hadn't come together quite yet. And right when I said that, things really erupted here toward parts of North Central Florida where we're at here in Bradford County. So again, just trying to let you guys know exactly the latest details on things here. Excuse me. So I'm going to go ahead, just keep on running things down here a little bit longer. Trying to make some notes on some more different reports that we're getting in here. I have to talk, I have to type at the same time, so it makes things a little bit difficult sometimes. So I apologize. But again, let's just go ahead. I think we're going to come back in the shot now with a severe thunderstorm warning and play for another 16 minutes. Another 16 minutes. So we go ahead and I'll get up our covered map again, I think. Again, we're in Bradford, but this warning also includes parts of Alachua, Clay, Marion, Putnam here until about 9:30 or so. And even a little bit of Union as well. So don't want to let your guard down over there, obviously. So again, let me go ahead though. We're running between all our different systems, producing this, talking, typing all at the same time. We've been on for 5 hours, so kind of running a little bit on low energy as well. But it's all about keeping you, your friends, and your family safe and informed here on this Sunday evening, one of our busier days here of severe weather this summer. So up to 3.64 inches now in that rain gauge, by the way, as those flashes continue. Those flashes there of that lightning in the distance now, more so than it closer in. But let me go ahead. I want to go ahead and come back on camera, I think, now, as we continue to give you guys the latest. Checking everything we can here for you. Checking everything we can. Coming back on camera now, so there's a yellow box. You can see there moving toward Gainesville. Hopefully this winds are weakening some, but let's kind of try to run that down. Still some heat energy out there, obviously, that we've talked about. Let's get down here to ward area there around Rochelle. Around Rochelle there. Let's get in there. You can see moving toward parts there of Alachua County, State Road 20. State Road 20 there, folks. Seeing some of that. Seeing some of that nastier weather coming on into the picture. So we're trying to give you that heads up on. So let's see here. I'm hoping this is decaying some more. Those rain rates should start to go down some more now. We had a big rain rate here earlier on. It is down now to only 1/4 of an inch per hour. So that's some good news. 1/4 of an inch per hour. You can see quite a bit of rain, a storm total there. North of Salt Springs, getting on the edge of our area, but quite a bit north of McLean, a little bit less where we're at, but still a lot. Closer to 3 inches according to this, and we've measured a little bit more. So let's go ahead and zoom back out just a little bit here as we continue to give you guys a heads up on things here in the weather center. So Gainesville conditions deteriorating there in Alachua County, but hopefully they're not too terrible, but could have some power outages there. Some of the different systems. I mean, GRU, Gainesville Regional Utility comes to mind. That's the more dominant one down there, but just you could have outages all over the place in the ward that area in North Central Florida. So just be mindful of that. But hopefully they'll be more contained here as this is a little bit weaker, but we're further from the radar too. Let's go ahead and see what we have on the Tampa view. It's going to be higher up, obviously, but you know, we're not seeing quite as much wind with that. Hopefully, if this trend continues at 9:30, we'll be able to drop this. Quite a bit of wind here, by the way. Coastal waters off of Duval and Nassau, it looks like, but and right there, even right at the coast. Rain's picking back up a little bit where we're at, but so any of those flooding concerns. I haven't heard of any flood reports, thankfully, so far in Bradford, but we'll keep checking. Obviously, we'll keep checking here. I'm going to go ahead and zoom back down into Alachua County here around Gainesville. Again, these conditions moving on in. I'm hoping at 9:30, if this continues to trend, they may reissue if we get an observation or if there's not enough confidence this weekend enough. They may go down further southwest with this. So maybe you have to get Tampa office here kind of on board here as well, possibly here, because Levy is in their jurisdiction. If they're thinking that the threat continues further down, then there'll be 2 different warnings probably. A one that kind of splits and it'll kind of look weird at Marion further, and then this is a very unusual movement. I mean, we don't want to get it quite like this, so be interesting to see if the threat continues. Levy would kind of be a separate box, and then the box would kind of edge on out. Hopefully that didn't happen, but if it does happen, be interesting to look at least, but not good with the storms holding together that much. But so again, 71 degrees now, 3 and it looks like 2/3 of an inch there on that rain gauge at this point. So hard to do the math here because it's been on for so long, but okay, so just kind of looking at the radar with you guys here at this point, folks. We don't want to drop the coverage because some are more populated areas with Gainesville being impacted right closer to where we're at. I mean, still, it's been a heck of a storm for Bradford County here. The lightning's still coming on in. So again, that's something to just kind of be mindful of. Whenever thunder warnings go indoors, we don't be adding this. And they just canceled the classified warning to the Tallahassee office for Lowndes County. So that's some good news. That's definitely some good news here as we continue to watch the progression with this off toward the south and west here. Our accent further down in North Central Florida. Of course, we have 62 counties, so we're really focusing where we're at because I have a few more viewers here as we're looking on some of our different properties, our digital properties. So again, seeing what else we might have here, seeing what we might have. I'll go ahead and go back on over to our other source. See what you could show us here in terms of those winds. I'm hoping we kind of gusted on out some because of that wind coming out ahead of this. Maybe that was a sign with that boundary that this will weaken some more, and I think that's what's happened, but don't want to let our guard down completely here yet. as we need to stick with this a little bit longer, so what the service decides to do there in Jacksonville with these different warnings. The one now that's left is for this area of north central Florida. At least most of it are getting all this winter type of condition now, becoming less favorable for other storms to really come into play. So we're talking about midnight 1 a.m. with storms. I don't think we're going to have that here with severe weather at this point. That's the good news, at least. Should be by, I would say, I mean, with this movement, it's kind of slow still by 10 or 10:30. But actually, right on cue, they're expiring this warning now. As of 9:30, they're going to let this warning go. It's going to drop off the map now. So that's kind of some good news here. It'll still go officially to 9:30, but the threat is weakening on down. Still strong thunderstorm activity for sure, though. So that's something to kind of keep in mind here as we look at things over the next little bit. So I'm going to check to see if there are any questions or comments from the viewers right now. Okay, we're getting some information in now. It looks like a top cat, and I might verify this, but I suspect it's something that came out on Facebook here. So I'm going to step out of the shot. We're getting some reports out of Stark here. So let's go ahead and stick with it a little bit longer now. I wanted to verify this before I say it on the air, but I have very high confidence that this is correct. So let me check City of Stark Facebook page here. Just I gotta make sure we check everything and vet it. Here it is to make sure. By the way, tree down on 230 East, right after the look like bus driver's course. So interesting here. That's coming in on Facebook word of mouth. But let's go ahead and check here. City of Stark Facebook. Let me see what we have there. I might be able to get this information from. Okay, I don't see anything there. Let me keep checking here in the information center right now. Let me go ahead and keep checking here. Okay, here we go. So 26 minutes ago, Stark Police Department, 301 underwater at one point in multiple areas. So may still be underwater because this rain's still coming down some. So quite a bit happening here, quite a bit going on. Just remember, turn around, don't drown. That's an important mantra then. I didn't know we didn't have the flood reports in dispatch, but so it sounded like there was some of those areas there. We talked about maybe those call out, electrical call out, and then we had the cops, police department there out and about. So it's a situation there. They're doing a great job, of course. A situation here where that might have been because of just the road of trying to make sure people don't get in the water here, the higher water. So again, just trying to be mindful of that here. So a lot of stuff going on right now. So I tell you what we're going to do is I know that warning's going away at 9:30. We're going to wrap coverage up with me talking unless something breaks. But I'm going to leave the radar up a little longer so everybody can kind of keep an eye on things here. Unless we really get some late breaking news, I'm going to wrap this up here closer to 9:30 with my talking. But we're going to leave the radar up for a little longer since we're getting this from the Stark Police Department again. Stark Police Department 26 minutes ago said they're aware of 301 being underwater in multiple areas and officers are out diverting traffic at this time around the spots that are underwater. So please use caution while driving in the weather. Always remember they're saying if you think the water's too deep, turn around, don't drown. So this is information from Stark Police Department. Gotta be really careful in these type of situations. So a very nasty storm again though. Weather coming on into play here. Giving us problems this evening. So again, at least that warning's going away here as we get to our 9:30. I know technically for the 5 minutes, even though it ends up on the map anymore, but I know once we kind of wrap up our talk, I'm going to try to pass some of this along here, some different sources, so we kind of get an idea a little bit better here across the area of what's been going on over the last little bit. So again, Southern Union County, still some heavy rain, but this is decayed enough. Still could have some flooding gains, but I don't think they're going to get the rain amounts we got here because it was more concentrated in the north, everything coming together. So that's the good news. I know. So let's just kind of keep checking here. So again, I think we're going to go ahead and wrap it up now. I'm going to step back in front of the wall to wrap it, and then we're going to go and pass some different things along to some sources that need to know this information. So let me go ahead. Let me go ahead and kind of get here into water covered map one more time. Again, we're keeping up to date. I kind of put this up here. It's a little easier to switch between some stuff sometimes, so not trying to overdo it with this, but sometimes when we're trying to switch, it's just, it makes for a better transition sometimes in some of our systems, especially when we're on for so long we have to step out for a moment. Been on a little lot longer than I think we were expecting today. We've got maybe on for a few hours, but really pushing it here with over 5 hours. This is a pretty busy period that we've been tracking here, and thankfully things are starting to retreat some, but I know we're going to wrap it up with me talking. I want to keep the stream going just a little longer in case something were to break in to pop back in about stuff happening on Stark here with some different reports that we may get. Hopefully we don't get anything that's really crazy. That's the only way we'll come back here. But again, just continuing to watch things in the Weather Center. You can see the overall colorations dropped off with this now. Again, look how heavy that was concentrated right over Stark earlier on. Still some rain, but not as significant as it was. So that's the good news here, folks. You can see how it just really came together. Again, I think we jinxed ourselves saying we were on though keeping you guys up to date. But with these situations, they changed rapidly, and that one did. Came together right over town. We were able to give the heads up as soon as it started happening. I mean, our power was flipping right when that warning got issued here, pretty much in play, and then things took that turn for the hour there. That was pretty wild here. With these storms, wild storms for sure. Just hope you guys stay safe out there. Be careful, those flooded areas. We talked about them earlier on, those areas that flood there. I mean, you probably know me from Bradford, but you shouldn't be outside at night. I mean, it could be dangerous. It could be deadly here. If we have a bunch of water covering the roadway at this point. So again, just be careful here. Just be careful here with what's going on. Here in this type of setup. Because you gotta remember, turn around, don't drown. I mean, there could be power lines down too, so in the water, something like that. So again, just hopefully that's not the case. That can really be dangerous. So we're gonna leave the radar up just to let everybody know there's still some type of threat in the aftermath of this, but no really just immediate situation. We need to keep talking. So any more coverage, we'll jump back in if there's new information that we really need to pass along to the viewer. But I'll leave this going at least the next little bit. So for now, thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks so much for trusting me. We're going to go ahead and kind of transition this coverage now. Something really takes a turn on us. So let me go ahead and broaden this one out just a little bit here. You see what's happening around, and then I'll zoom back in, and more lighting still down here versus other spots, but you're not getting as much in the corner now. So may get rid of that here pretty soon. But I'm going to step one out. Thanks for tuning in, trusting me. But a dangerous situation now, and we always take very seriously. So leave this up. We have more. We need to come back. We will. But for now, have a great night, everybody. Stay safe out there. More storms tomorrow. The marginal risk hopefully won't be as bad here as they were today. But I'm not in Stark specifically, but we'll be on top of it if they are. The heat will be in play here at times as well. So just keep that in mind.